instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Don't miss Martin Waters' 52nd anniversary sale. Celebrate with our biggest savings of the year now through October 31st. 500 off select systems, 100 off a Connecticut K5 drinking station, 40 off UV sterilizers. Enjoy 24-month special financing if qualified. Already own a water conditioning system? Enjoy exclusive offers on salt and filters when visiting one of their central Pennsylvania locations. For details, call Martin Water today or visit martinwater.com. Sale ends October 31st.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Hey, I'm Joe DeCamera. And I'm John Ritchie. We're the guys behind the 94 WIP morning show that plays Philly sports fans turn to every morning.
Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, Flyers. If it matters in this city, we're talking about it.
We bring real opinions, smart analysis, and yeah, some chaos too.
From breaking news to big-name guests, it's all here.
Whether you're tailgating or stuck in traffic, we've got your Philly sports fix.
Follow and listen to the 94 WIP morning show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts, and get new episodes every weekday.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We are live, we are local at Dawn Stensland, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Oh, yeah.
It's growing on me, Dawn. It's growing on me. I like this song now.
Can't walk out. Too much, baby. For the
YouTube audience, they'll only hear you sing a cappella.
Yes.
I hope you know that.
So I'm singing a little Elvis, which is the intro for the one we love. We love Linda, the beautiful Linda Kearns, local family attorney, by the way, but also the great election integrity attorney for us here. Good. Linda, how are you?
I'm good, Dawn. How are you? I want to note that I did have to switch out my purse. I'm now using the Eagles purse. Can you see it on the
Eagles?
Go Birds!
Yeah, I mean, once I had to put away the Phillies purse, that was heartbreaking.
That was rough.
But now I'm all in on the Eagles.
So, I just introduced you by saying the beautiful Linda. I hope you don't mind when I say that you're beautiful.
Oh, I think you should say it every time you say my name.
Well, the word Linda actually means beautiful or pretty. right? Doesn't it?
In Spanish,
In
yeah.
Spanish?
I actually got in
Linda.
an argument with Zioli about this because he was introducing other guests as like really hot girls, and he just introduced me as Linda, and I said, "What's the deal?"
Yeah.
And he said,
Hello?
he said he didn't want to objectify me. I said, "Go ahead, objectify away."
I know we have a lot to talk about. We have to talk about, we'll get to New Jersey, but since we are talking about objectification, how about going beyond the headlines for just a second and talking about what happened? This was on Monday, as we were all, of course, the world was really praising President Trump for what an incredible Monday with the peace deal and world peace. And we all came together and saw those incredible moments. And I think everyone was just in prayer. And still, we do pray still that the peace will hold. But beyond that, there was that news conference with some 20 world leaders where President Trump was up at the podium. And then he turns to Italia's conservative, blonde, beautiful Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni. And what does he say? Over and over. He compliments her.
Good.
Says, do you mind if I...
I don't think there's anything the matter with that. Do you, Don?
Well, there were some.
We have a young woman who's... I'm not allowed to say it because usually it's the end of your political career if you say it. She's a beautiful young woman. Now, if you use the word beautiful in the United States about a woman, that's the end of your political career. But I'll take my chances. Where is she? There she is. You don't mind being called beautiful.
That's what he said about her. I saw people, and I wish I grabbed there were different shows, probably MSNBC, saying, they're like, well, she's in her 50s. She's, to say young woman, they were all making like these little snarky comments. I don't know if they think they're more beautiful or they thought that he was objectifying. I think if you look at the prime minister, I think she's pretty confident. And she was like, I thought, to me, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I thought she was kind of basking in that. She's a big Trump supporter.
I mean, objectively, she is pretty. I did see, though, that she's a smoker. So I don't think a lot of people would
look
like
at her.
That.
I think she's beautiful.
She's pretty. But I do think when you get to know somebody, the more you like somebody, the more beautiful they become to you.
Thank you.
I don't think that there's anything the matter with calling somebody beautiful. I mean, I think that the left just likes to just get all in an uproar over everything, and they just need to relax.
Relax already.
Yeah, exactly.
I will say this to your comment about smoking. That's just it. In America, we talk about, don't smoke, don't drink, go for a run, this and that. In Italy, in particular, you look at her. She looks like she's in her 30s.
She doesn't look like a smoker.
What are we doing wrong that you go to Italy and the people are beautiful, they're fat, they eat, they drink wine, they smoke cigarettes, they look fabulous, they're living longer. What are we doing wrong? Right?
Yeah, I don't.
And nobody's on a diet over there. We're all like on these. I'm always on this. Today they're talking about Chick-fil-A sauce, and I'm looking up I'm like, oh my gosh, it's 140 calories per tablespoon. I can't eat that.
Right, because of all the sugar.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But in Italy, it's like they do all that stuff. It just shows you Maha is correct, I think. But anyway, I thought I would just bring that up real quick here because, just the left was just, man, they were losing their minds that, God forbid, he said that the Italian prime minister is quote unquote beautiful.
I don't know what all these leftist radio hosts and television hosts would talk about if they weren't complaining about Trump. They should be thankful he's in office.
Well, that brings us to the next point, which is really about Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey, because Trump is all she can talk about. And I know with Jack Ciattarelli, I wanted to ask you what you thought about the debate that they had. Ciattarelli's campaign had advised him that they felt that Mikey Sherrill, his Democrat opponent, went over the top when she, during the debate, had accused him of, she said, you killed, was her quote, tens of thousands of New Jerseyans because his business had been tapped to create an app that talked about like drug safety or that sort of thing with the opioid crisis, etc. They've now filed suit and saying that it actually went over the top, being beyond politics, because she looked at him multiple times and said, you killed tens of thousands of people. I didn't know if you had seen that.
I did hear about that, but I think that's what honestly, I think all campaigns do that. They go over the top. I mean, here in Pennsylvania, I keep seeing ads that if you do not retain these Supreme Court justices, you're going to lose your right to abortion. That's the ads that are playing on. I see them on TV. I hear them on the radio. I see them on the internet. So they try to scare people. So, and I don't think she has a lot positive to talk about herself. Mm-hmm. So when she doesn't have that, you start attacking the other side. So she attacked him, and she's trying to make him into this monster, and she's really exaggerating something that, he of course he didn't kill anybody. And I thought, yesterday was Charlie Kirk's birthday. I thought we were going to stop with using that kind of rhetoric. I mean, she's free to do it. There's a First Amendment, but I thought that was going to stop, and clearly it hasn't.
Yeah, it's a great point. And, I'm not a litigious person, but I think the Chitterelli campaign just felt it just went, and she kept saying it repeatedly. I did notice, Linda, that her campaign released a very carefully written statement in which it was written sort of passively, which, I think in a campaign, the line is you could say, well, I feel that you're whatever you want to say. If you think that somebody did shoddy work or whatever, you can say, I feel you should take blame or something like that. You can word it in such a way that it's more responsible, but to say you killed tens of thousands of people, I think it was the way that it was said. You know what I mean? That
right.
Felt.
And I think the decision whether to file a lawsuit, that's almost like an art form, because sometimes you just want it to go away and move on to the next thing. And if you file a lawsuit, then everyone's still talking about it. So
that's a great point.
I think that that's an art form when you're in a campaign to make those types of decisions.
So Linda's going to stay here, I hope, just for a little bit. I want to ask about a couple of other things that you mentioned, the huge election coming up here in Pennsylvania and the ramifications of it. But some of these ads, we want to talk to Linda Kearns about it as we think about election integrity. We think about Elvis. Oh, there's so much to discuss. Stay right there.
Can't wait.
Thanks, Linda.
Al Buttigieg. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof, it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event happening at the William Penn Inn in Gwynedd, PA on Wednesday, November 5th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
At Humana, our Medicare Advantage plans give you coverage you can count on, along with guided support to help you feel your best. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options and choose a Medicare Advantage plan that fits your needs. Things like dental, vision, and hearing coverage are included in every plan, even offering a yearly cap on out-of-pocket costs for covered medical services. And with access to Humana's large, trusted networks, it's easy to get the quality care you need. Plus, every plan has a $0 or low monthly plan premium, which makes it easier to save too. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well with Humana. Learn more now at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Love, compassion, understanding, respect. Dedicated Senior Medical Center. We take the time to hear your concerns and address your specific needs. Because to us, you are not just a patient, you're a member of our family. Dedicated Senior Medical Center. We take most Medicare Advantage plans. Call us today. Let's talk about your health. 267-831-3444.
Of course, we all need to save a little cash these days. Saving money on your utility bills is a great start. Sign up for the CNC Heating and Air Conditioning Maintenance Plan. Minimize the wear and tear of your system and lower your energy bills this winter. If your HVAC needs replacing, CNC makes budgeting for your new system a snap with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts. Start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Who would have thought that finding a Medicare partner you can trust could feel this good? Partnering with HealthSpring means you get Medicare Advantage plans with the benefits you need. Get up to $1,620 back in your Social Security check each year. Want dental, vision, and hearing services? Of course. HealthSpring Medicare Advantage plans mean financial peace of mind and freedom to enjoy life your way. Connect with a local licensed insurance agent for HealthSpring. It'll put a spring in your step. Visit healthspringmedicare.com/radio. That's healthspringmedicare.com/radio. Benefit options vary by plan and service area. You must reside in the plan service area. HealthSpring will reduce your monthly Part B premium based on the plan's specific benefit amount. HealthSpring products and services are provided exclusively by or through operating subsidiaries of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, there's no stopping. You know, this is an off-year election, and they always make Linda Kern's a little nervous. Maybe they make you a little nervous. So November 4th, polls open 7 o'clock in the morning, open at 7 a.m., close at 8 p.m. in Pennsylvania, on the Pennsylvania side. And I know that we talk about New Jersey more because it's one of the only 2 gubernatorial races between Republican Jack Ciattarelli and Democrat Mikey Sherrill. But the truth is, it's an important election here, especially with the judgeships, these very powerful Superior Court judges, right, Linda Kearns?
Absolutely. And, you know, Dawn, I want to call out people in the Delaware Valley because we hold our coaches more accountable than we hold our elected leaders, our judges, the politicians. A coach does one wrong move and everybody in the Delaware Valley is calling for them to be fired. You saw they just fired the Penn State coach. They say, get him out.
Yeah.
We need change. Get them out. I mean, Rob Thompson, I think, is barely being spared the chopping block. Yet you have the chance to get these people out who are not serving you, the judges who are not serving you. You have the chance to elect a Republican in New Jersey and tell people, show people that we want Republican ideals in office, and the Delaware Valley tends to remain silent. I think we're going to be lucky if we get 50% turnout in New Jersey. Similar here in Pennsylvania. So all those people who are yelling about our sports teams, let's put that energy into who our leaders are.
So just at the top here, I just want to just note this because I don't talk, I'll call myself out. I don't talk about it enough, but the Supreme Court retention elections. These are 3 Democrats that are on the top of Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And so it's a yes or no. Do you want to keep them on the job? Thumbs up, thumbs down. It's Justice Christine Donahue, Kevin Doherty, David Wecht. And Linda, these are 10-year terms, right?
10-year terms. They were elected in 2015, and now they're up for election again for another 10-year term. And as far as election law, these justices have wreaked havoc. You saw what they did in the 2020 election, deciding that 2 of them signed on to the opinion that kept the ballots, us accepting ballots 3 days past the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
And this has real consequences. Yesterday, believe it or not, listeners, we are still fighting about whether or not to date mail ballots in Pennsylvania. It is still in the courts.
It's crazy.
So yesterday, there's a case that started in 2022 it was in the Third Circuit. That's the appellate court for the federal courts, and the Republicans had asked for a rehearing, a reconsideration of whether or not it's unconstitutional to require a voter to date a mail ballot, and the Third Circuit refused a rehearing. And you know what? The buck might stop there because it's very difficult to get the Supreme Court to hear these cases. And all of this starts with who we elect, even at the local level, because people like Justice Doherty, he started out as a common pleas judge in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the feeder courts for these higher courts, for the Superior Court, for the Supreme Court. So we need to pay attention to all of these judges in Pennsylvania. If you're in a county where you have a choice to vote Republican at the common pleas level, please do it. Unfortunately, here in Philadelphia, there are no Republicans even running for judge, which is a perennial problem.
Yeah, I saw that the special election, that's a Commonwealth Court election, it's Matthew Wolford, who is a Republican.
Right. So statewide, there are 2 openings statewide, one on the Superior Court, one on the Commonwealth Court. They're both our appellate courts. They just handle different types of cases. So you do have a choice there to vote for the Republican in both of those races. And this race, like many of these off-year elections, it's going to be a turnout election. So the more Republicans that turn out, the greater chance that we have to prevail and put a Republican on the Commonwealth Court and a Republican on the Superior Court. And then the Supreme Court, we're asking you to vote no, and then there'll be openings, and then there'll be another election.
And so with the Commonwealth Court election, it's Republican Matthew Wolford, and he's running against Democrat Stella Sy, the Superior.
Guess who Stella Sy is? Oh, I know her well because in 2020, when I was in election court and we let our people in at 7 a.m. on election day, and I filed a lawsuit standing there in election court, and I said, Judge, they just let us in and none of my people can see. I have observers and they can't see. And I said the election code calls for meaningful access, not behind a barricade, 100 yards away. And she ruled against me. So now
Stella.
Yep. And
ruled against Linda.
I appealed her to the Commonwealth Court. I won at the Commonwealth Court. I got a Republican judge at the Commonwealth Court, but then I lost at the Supreme Court. So that's the people that we're putting in these positions. They have power. And just like we fire our coaches, because we'll be calling probably for the firing of the Eagles coach if we don't go to the Super Bowl, let's do the same thing with these judges, with the people that we elect. You have the chance to do it. And either you can request a mail-in ballot now. They're out. You can go to your local election office, request it and fill it out right there and return it. You can request that they mail it to your house and return it, or you can show up on election day. There's really no excuse.
Yeah, make sure you're good to go by, what is it, October 20th. So you want to make, just check, make sure either you do your mail-in, but make sure you're all registered.
Yeah.
Superior Court, I wanted to mention Maria Batista, the Republican side. She's running against Brandon Newman in the Superior Court election. Brandon Newman's the Democrat, so it's Maria Batista.
Right, and these are very important positions. And people just don't realize how this is what affects your day-to-day life. I know everybody shows up for the president in the presidential years, but these are the positions that affect your day-to-day life a lot more. And there is not that get out the vote effort because there's not as much money in these types of races. So we're relying on you, the reliable voters, to talk to your friends, your family members, and get them out. Offer people rides, encourage them to get a mail-in ballot. I mean, I do it with my circle, and if we all did that, imagine what the result could be.
Yeah, so it's all about voter turnout. You're exactly right. Are there any updates that you have for us? I know that you're so involved in all these different cases, and also the Supreme Court, meaning the United States Supreme Court, they're pretty busy right now.
Right. There's quite a few election cases before them. I just, on behalf of the Public Interest Legal Foundation, I just requested that they review a bad decision we got at the Third Circuit on who has standing to ask to look at voter roll material under the national voting, under the NVRA. So we just applied for that to ask the Supreme Court to look at it. The problem we have with that is that the Supreme Court only takes really around 2% of the cases. That's why it's so important to, win at the lower level. Unfortunately, we got a bad panel at the Third Circuit. They ruled against us. And these types of cases where groups like my client, the Public Interest Legal Foundation, when we request voter registration activity, the Congress intended that we be able to get it. It's a check on what these voter registration offices do. Unfortunately, the Third Circuit ruled that we didn't have something called standing, meaning, no, you're not allowed to get that information. Well, if we, a voting rights group, the Public Interest Legal Foundation, can't get it, well, then who can? I mean, they completely basically took all the power out of the law. So we are really hoping that the Supreme Court will hear this case. It's an important case for election integrity.
Wait, so Linda Kearns, you could go, if they take it, you would be, Linda, you would be going before the justices?
So I am one of.
Oh, can I be your bag carrier? It's just like, I'll carry your bag. I'll be like, I'm her assistant.
I am one of a few attorneys, and likely I would have one of my co-counsel argue it. But I'll be there if we get it accepted.
That's amazing.
It's cool, but and again, we spend so much time thinking about the Supreme Court. They really only take about 2% of the cases that apply to get there. That's why, again, and I'm going to bring it back, listeners, these lower court races. Now, we're now talking about the state court races, and they're not feeders for the Supreme Court. But it's more important what happens at the local level. You wake up in the morning, some decision is affecting everything. The value of your house is affected by who we elect at the local level. The value of your house is affected by how good your school is, or how much your property taxes are, or how much your township or your municipality, has good fire, police, and so forth. That affects the value of your house. These are the things that affect you every day, and you have the chance to go and vote for the people who make decisions that affect you like that.
I wanted to get an update here, but I clicked on the Public Interest Legal.org site. Some of the stats are incredible. Deceased registrants ID'd 349,000 plus. Elections that were decided by one vote, 191. That's so important for all of us, each and every one of us. That's a lesson learned in that stat. But Linda wanted to get the update at the top there, the Public Interest Legal Foundation. We've talked about this case. They put out this $2,000 reward for info on Pennsylvania on the death threats.
Yep, we're still arguing that case. We were in district court here in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, and I actually just got an email. I have to work on a motion on that case. I mean, that's what election integrity attorneys do, day after day throughout the year. It's not all about campaigns.
So we're now learning that we have Jennifer Shorn, our local district attorney, and that incredible, great job that they were doing. She is able to join us around the corner. Final minute here, Linda. I know we wanted to ask you about G Love, who you represent. How was the music concert? How was it?
So it was great. I did want to mention, Dawn, I was one of the people in charge of security. Now, this is a concert where we have a capacity for 5,000. It was bad weather. We didn't get quite 5,000 people. But so I was at the door and I had my security team. You would be absolutely shocked about the number of people coming into a festival like that. And we search them and they have knives in their bags. And when I tell them you can't bring them in, they get all upset. And I say, do you not watch
Are they
the
utility
news?
knives, though? Because, I mean, a lot of these guys are like
It doesn't matter.
glass
You can't. Well, that's
blowers
great, but you can't bring it into a festival.
Yeah,
you
you're
just
right.
can't.
Yeah.
I mean, and then one guy came in and said, "Well, I'm with one of the vendors up there, and he had 2 huge cans of fuel." And he said, "So I'm just going to walk up and give it to him." I said, "No, you're not. I got to get the fire chief down here to escort you." And he said, "Well, we needed to make the paninis." I said, "That's great, but I have thousands of souls up there that I'm responsible for, and you're not just walking through." And I had a golf cart there to run things up, and I said, "The guy's not putting on his golf cart either." So people, especially in
such a place like that.
Oh, I know. Dealing with the public, it's
Just for those that are just joining us, last week, Linda just randomly revealed that she's good friends with Philadelphia legendary musician G Love.
Well, I'm his attorney.
Oh, well.
So,
Friend, attorney,
I guess I'm his friend by now, 25 years in. So we had this big festival up in Cape Cod, and I always go up and help out. And it's just dealing with the public is just crazy. And I'm just looking at these people saying, don't you read the news and see all these horrible things that happen when there's groups of people? We have to be, really, really safe. And Dan, to your point with the knives, then the people would say to us, well, can you hold it and I'll get it for you when I come out? And we have a strict policy. No, because imagine, Dan, if one of those people gave me their knife to hold, I held it.
With your fingerprints all over it.
They came back and got it, and then it was used in a crime.
Yeah.
You just can't. And people don't think like that. They're just only thinking about themselves when I'm thinking about the thousands of people I have to keep
And
safe.
be smart, because a lot of those knives, especially the utility ones, they're expensive. So just leave them behind.
And I wanted to say, I'm trying to be nice to them. They're our fans, but I want to say, do you show up at the airport with this? Now, come on.
Thank you. I just wish Linda Kearns were in charge of security for Charlie Kirk, whose birthday in heaven we celebrated yesterday, Butler, PA for Trump. We need Linda, because you have that mom protective personality where you're like, thinking about protecting people.
I think a lot of people say that we need Linda. I think that's
We need
kind of,
Linda.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a universal thought of a lot of people.
Amen, sister. Until next time, the great Linda Kearns.
Can't wait till next week.
Me either. Always look forward to Linda. So up next, we do have Jen Shorn. We're going to talk about the economy. Will interest rates be lowered again with the Fed speaking here in Philadelphia? How about that one? There's so much to talk about. Stay right there.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Pennsylvania can count on.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Now that the summer wind has come and gone, come fly with me to the Philly Pops for Luck Be a Lady, the music of Frank Sinatra and Tony Bennett. Hi, I'm Eddie Bruce. Join me and fellow vocalist Kelly LeVeque alongside the incredible musicians of the Philly Pops as we celebrate two of the greatest voices of all time. Don't miss this incredible performance, an unforgettable night of swinging standards, classic hits, and rich arrangements. Tickets are going fast. Visit phillypops.org today.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
You heard the numbers. 6 men who traveled with the intention of having sex with children, 5 men who solicited to have sex with children, and 6 men who were in possession of child sexual abuse materials. These 17 men were unrelenting in pursuing children for their own sexual gratification. But Ben Salem Township Police Department was unrelenting in pursuing these men. And my office will be unrelenting in their prosecution. Arrest investigations like these and prosecutions that will ensue don't just happen. They happen as a result of a coordinated effort from the men and women behind me and our colleagues. But they happen because of the leadership in place to allocate resources and being committed to the cause. That leadership exists in spades in Ben Salem with Mayor DiGirolamo and Chief William McVeigh. They allocate the resources so they can put in place the right men and women to do what they do best, protect our community, and most importantly, protect our children.
These are heroes among us, those who are not going on social media trying to get hits or followers or even headlines. They're trying to educate the public and talk about what is going on. Every parent, every caregiver, every community member, no matter who you are, should know about what's going on with predators lurking online. It's happening everywhere. But the point that District Attorney Jennifer Shorn is making here in trying to educate people is that Bucks County illustrates the fact that these scumbags, these individuals, they crawl out of wherever and they will travel from outside your state, your community, as they are predators after children, the lowest of the low. It's sick. And so you notice that our great local district attorney, Jennifer Shorn, she was praising local police, other leaders. And Dan Borowski and I noticed we need to praise her as somebody who I will say is a hard worker, but low drama, maybe doesn't get the headlines that she deserves, in our opinion, in my opinion. But Jen Shorn is a hero who is out there day in, day out, and has truly been not just educating the public, praising police in this supportive role of collaboration with law enforcement to catch these lowest of the low scumbag, pedophile, child predators. It's sick. And Jen Shorn has been out there for years, way ahead of the game here, trying to let you know, all of us know, what's really going on. We want to congratulate you, Jennifer Shorn, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I know in your busy schedule, but you're really a local hero who deserves praise for what you're doing to keep children safe. And Jen, so many reactions this morning as we started talking about it on Kale & Company, and people are saying, what? Oh, my kid has that app. And thank you for showing the different applications. And a lot of people just, unfortunately, they're not aware that these predators are basically sneaking into their own homes vis-a-vis these electronic devices.
You're so right, Don. First of all, I want to thank you for your amazingly kind words. You don't know how much that means. This is not about me, like you said. This is about us as a community and keeping our community safe. And I get to work with amazing people who are doing it every day. And it's, why I do the job I do. It's about our community. It's about our families. It's about other people's children. So your words, really, I can't thank you enough from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, no, it's in all honesty, when we started talking about this and just the reaction, just the flood of reaction, and Dan Borowski, our executive producer, said, I got to get her on 11 because we were talking about it toward the end of Kale & Company. And so I just think it's one of those things that, unfortunately, in a lot of local newscasts, I notice it's being buried. That's unfortunate because this is what I call news you can use. And a lot of people, because this is relatively new technology, let's say maybe 10, 15 years, when were these apps created? Then when did kids get smartphones? You know what I mean? So I think a lot of parents and others aren't aware of it. So as far as these apps, we were showing them visually. Dan is showing them right now, the 15 apps. But what is the Jen Shorn, what is the common denominator as far as the apps, what every parent should know?
You have to check your child's devices, and it's incumbent upon us. And it's hard because it's even confusing for people in this field because it's ever changing. The technology, the applications. I'm so grateful for the men and women I get to work with regularly because they clue me in as to what the newest app that's being used. And a lot of times it starts out pretty innocuous. I have children, and I've witnessed it firsthand. You allow them to play a game that allows them to connect with their friends, and you may give a clear direction that they have to have privacy settings on, but slowly but surely, either they themselves or a friend encourages them to change those privacy settings to allow for the general public to access them on this game. And the next thing you know, we've seen it time and time again. A sexual predator will be trolling those games, and then they'll direct your child, acting like a peer, but direct them to get another app on their phone so that they can communicate surreptitiously with your child. And I often, when I speak at community events, schools, I always say when I was a kid, it was stranger danger. That was the philosophy. And I grew up in the era of Adam Walsh. and fearing that you're going to be abducted from the bus stop. When in reality, by the time I was a prosecutor starting in 1999, prosecuting these cases, it was tough. We had to educate our juries that oftentimes it's not stranger danger. It is more likely someone who knows you and knows your family. They will groom your child. They will groom you as a caregiver, as a parent, to lower your guard, to gain your trust, to access your child. So we had to really educate our fact finders, our jury, to understand grooming, to understand how a child could be so confused because this person who showered them with affection and attention is suddenly sexually abusing them and blurring the lines. Well, now here we are in the evolution of just my career. We're back in a combination of the two. It is, in fact, stranger danger, yet someone strange to us, strangers to the parents, the caregivers, but someone known to our child on a social media application. And they're getting invited into our very homes and our child's bedrooms. And it's the most scary of combinations because our child's being groomed by this individual, but we're completely unaware of the access they have to our kids.
Jeez. You know, when you have these, and these are undercover sting type operations, I know that you were saying in the news conference that in fact, some of these predators, they come from out of the immediate area, even out of state. Is that, because I think a lot of people say, well, why is this happening in Bucks County? How would you answer that when people say, wow, this is Bucks County has this task force, but why are these predators coming to Bucks County, or is this something that's happening everywhere?
Dawn, you are so right that it's happening everywhere. And there's not an unusually high population of sex offenders residing in Bucks County. Quite the contrary. We've taken proactive steps to identify them, to be unrelenting as they are in targeting our kids. And we know that these sex offenders, we call them travelers, they will travel with the sole purpose of engaging in a sexual encounter, sexual act with a child. And so if we can be proactive in identifying these individuals or identifying individuals who are in possession of child sexual abuse materials, which used to be called child pornography. And to be clear, those images and videos are not child pornography. It is literally capturing children being raped and exploited in ways you cannot imagine. So anyone who possesses those materials, who shares those materials, and God forbid manufactures those materials, we are targeting them thanks to the online footprint they're leaving and thanks to the skilled investigators and prosecutors that I get to work with every day. We are going after them with every resource available to us because we're not going to stop. There's no more worthy of a cause than protecting our children. And these predators are unrelenting. It's the best word I can say. They do not stop.
Now, in any of these cases, because I know the more recent case that you just announced, the 17 under arrest, and they'll be processed, obviously, but this is over several years. You have, I think, at least 50 or 49 to 50 that have been caught in the system. With this, at any point, does anybody reach out to the children involved in a wider, let's say, a chat room, letting those is there any way to let those parents know, hey, your kid was in a chat where there was a predator who, thank God, was caught? But is there any way to reach out to those individuals in that chat room to try to let the parents know?
I wish there was. You raised such a great point. And if we only had the unlimited resources from a preventative measure to kind of cast such a wide net to advise. But when you find these perpetrators, they're communicating with so many children in so many jurisdictions that it would almost be impossible. And then there's legal process. We can't identify who that child really is and who that child's family members are, or caregivers, because of, certain requirements. We have to be able to articulate that they're in fact being victimized. So from a preventative measure, there's roadblocks in that capacity, but that's why I personally go out every time a school, a community invites me. I'll bring, a detective who specializes in this, and we will spend as much time as allowed to educate both the children and the families. And, we kind of direct the conversation depending on who the audience is. But I'm amazed that we see oftentimes when we're in a community or at a school and we're speaking on this issue, you'll see child line reports as a result, because kids are now aware. Perhaps maybe one of their friends confided in them, and then they go to a parent, and then that parent does an anonymous or sometimes, identifies themselves in a child line report, and that triggers an investigation. And oftentimes it is credible allegations of abuse that was already occurring. So it's incumbent upon all of us to do whatever we can. It's not just about prosecuting them once the case is brought to us in court. It's working with our law enforcement partners every single day, and then working with our community partners to make sure that we're out there trying to prevent these crimes from occurring. And just the 17 we had the press conference on yesterday was from one police department. And I could not say enough about Bensalem Township. That's just one of the 39 police departments in the jurisdiction where I'm district attorney. And that's what they have produced in less than a year. It's unbelievable. Yeah.
Well, you're a local hero. You don't get enough praise. We appreciate you and the entire task force team. Jen Shorn, great district attorney from our area, just trying to keep the kids safe and educate everybody. I cannot express, you should see just really our group chat. I'm getting DMs and texts right now and people just saying, please tell Jen thank you. So we just want to pass that along to you. Thank you so much. Great job.
Thank you for what you do. You're raising such awareness. I can't thank you enough, Don. Really, such a pleasure.
Oh, pleasure's all ours. Jen Shorn, Bucks County. Make sure that, if you get a chance, you follow her on social media, local police there, support your police. But it's just such an important issue that we need to highlight here and just spread the word on that one. So much happening. And then, as well, when you think about, I'll just tie all of this together, missing and exploited children. We've talked a lot to Allie Hopper as well she's with a national nonprofit. She's been testifying, talking about missing kids. And then in light of open borders and children being taken advantage of, trafficked, all of that. So when you put that picture together, we have to work together and just be aware. And sometimes it's the old saying of, if you see something, say something. Talk to your kids or the children in your life, grandkids, whoever that is in your life, but make sure everybody's aware. I just think, I swear Nick Cale went home today. I think he's like on the phone with his wife, Kristen, saying,
he seemed very concerned.
I know, he was very upset.
He was, yeah.
And not that we never want to upset anybody, and this is something for Dan Borowski, you and your wife, you're having your little girl, first child. And you think about that and how you're going to parent. I will say this as well, that because some of this is, let's say, relatively new technology and it's getting better every time, it does take parents from the moment that your child is, even before they're born, before she's born, having the conversation and deciding what your parental policy is going to be. Because I talk about Stacia and Justin and their 3 kids.
Yeah.
So they talked about this and decided this before they were, before they had kids. And then even with their friend group, their church group, and they all made a pact. We've talked about this.
Yeah. I wonder, though, if that's a generational thing, because Stacia is slightly older than me, and my sister, being about Stacia's age, she has kids around Stacia's children's age.
Yeah.
And she had a much more open kind of ideology. I'm not saying Stacia did, but there was the kind of debate back then as to whether an iPod's okay for a child or an iPhone's okay. I think as I'm entering into parenthood now, a lot of my friends, a lot of what I'm seeing now, I think people have learned because of stories like these that there is a downside of social media and these devices, and I think young parents are open to the idea of, you know what, no social media till a certain age.
Yeah.
And you see groups like my brother is involved with Wait Until 8th. It's a nationwide organization which parents sign on via their school to keep devices out of their kids' hands until at least 8th grade. I mean, there's debate of maybe even longer than that it should be determined. But Maisie and I have already had the discussion, and we are very anti-social media for our child. We are probably going to go and credit to Charlie Kirk. Happy birthday. Great thing yesterday. The same way he did, and not even have our children on social media.
Yeah.
If we do, it's just the back of their heads.
Yeah, protecting the kids. And it takes, if you are a grandparent or an auntie or uncle or godparent, it also takes the support of you. Because I will say, we even caught ourselves, Larry and I got Emmy, and she's now 11, and we got her this cute watch that is like one of those safe watches. I had done some consumer interview, and we said, oh, it's safe, and but it is a watch that's like a smart watch. And so they had to say, that opens that door. And that's not easy as a parent to be put in that position. So we had the conversation like, sorry, we didn't think that through, that it has the capability, right? So you have to think of all of that, talk to the family. Everybody has to be on the same page. It's not easy, but it's very doable. And up front, if you've made the decision and had those discussions, I think it makes it a lot easier. But yeah, waiting till 8th or beyond. I mean, putting it off as long as possible. And by the way, if you have a boy, they go after boys too. I should ask that to Jen Shore, and I already knew the answer. But yeah,
Linda's still hanging around because we love Linda, and she's just a buddy of ours. She's still in the studio, and she was telling me just recently she was with a family member, a younger kid, hanging out in her. Can I say where you were?
Yeah. I have a house in the mountains.
Her mountain house.
There's so much to do up there, and he wouldn't get off his phone. And I kept saying to him, my line to all my nieces and nephews is, are you the Secretary of State? And I don't know, because that's the only reason you need to be on that phone all the time. And then they tell me they're on TikTok or Instagram, and I say, what are you looking at? Like, there's so many. And God, I sound like an old lady, but like, pick up a book or sit here and talk to me.
Or go for a walk. You're in the beautiful mountains, or go in the spring dance hot tub.
I just think that, and I try to be gentle and encourage them to do other things. And look, Dawn, I find myself sometimes looking at my phone, and it's ridiculous. So now I try to like put it on another table or not near me, so I don't get caught up in that.
Okay, I'll admit those baby videos where it's like the baby, it looks like a baby, but it's Trump. Come on, those are hysterical.
Yeah, you like those?
And they have a little Pam Bondi baby, and okay, I admit it. Sometimes it's just...
There is funny stuff on there. I get that, but it's toxic. And then to hear your last segment, and because I was sitting here with Dan, I said, wait, why is a calculator bad? And to hear that people can hide videos and pictures in there, that's scary. And, Dan and I were just talking about what kind of pictures you put on social media. And I always really wonder about people that I went to high school with, and I see pictures of their baby. I haven't seen them in, I won't say how many years, a lot of years. And I think, why would you put a picture of your own child out for just goofballs or sick people, predators to look at and use? Like, keep that private. Have a family text, have a family chat to put that out. I just, people need to just, let's keep it private.
It's more direct. That's the thing. If you have a family chat, you send it to your family, and a conversation ensues between the family. You're not just posting to an abyss.
Right. Yeah. To God knows who's looking at it.
But I have a friend, so she is really good about that, but her mom put as her profile photo with some of the grandkids. The problem with that, if it's on a quote-unquote profile video, anybody can see that. So don't put the kids on the profile video. Put it within something that's protected. Just stuff like that. It's very innocent.
And there are sick people out there, and they could take it and distribute it around. It's just horrible to think about. And look, technology is great, but I think that we have to understand that we have to be the limiting factor on technology. And while it supposedly draws us all closer together, then I see us all sitting in a room, 5 people looking at their phones. Have you ever been in a restaurant and saw people at dinner looking at their phones? I'm thinking, look at your companion, talk to your companion.
Oh, it's so true. You have to say, okay, put the phones away.
Well, I think Charlie Kirk had a no phone Saturday rule, so you couldn't even get in touch with him on Saturdays.
Charlie.
Put it down. Just put it down. Put it away. There's nothing. Dawn, the baby videos of Donald Trump or Pam Bondi, they're going to be there when you pick up the phone again. I promise.
I know Larry's like, you look at the Trump baby foot, but it is freaking cute. It's so adorable.
I got to ask, though. When are we getting an invite to the Mountain House? I mean,
can
we do live from Linda's Mountain House?
Oh my gosh, I would love that, because I have a spring dance hot tub. I not only and because when I went in, I said Dawn sent me. So remember, patronize our advertisers. I have a spring dance hot tub and pool, so it's all attached together. It's amazing. I think that's why my nieces and nephews.
You know how they have Daryl's house of Hall & Oates? We can go to Linda's house and do a Mountain House show. I like that.
Absolutely.
In the mountains. Wisdom in the mountains. Linda Kearns, Dan Borowski. We're in the house, 855-839-1210. Yeah, we'll get to the beautiful tributes to Charlie Kirk as I started out the day yesterday. Happy birthday in heaven. I still can't believe it. What a bright light in this world and now in heaven. Take a quick break. Be right back.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Rhea Hughes. Fall is upon us, and now is the perfect time to head over to Lexus of Cherry Hill for the L-Certified Fall Collection sales event. It's much nicer than pumpkin spice. They have over 300 new and L-Certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. For every car sold during October, a donation will be made to Virtua's breast cancer patient and early detection programs. Stop in, see my friend Tony Labello and his team, or visit online at LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Have you subscribe to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
So just ahead, we have Dr. Michael Busler, Stockton University, and our guru on the economy, if you will, especially in light of Jerome Powell, Fed chair in Philadelphia, delivering that keynote, talking about the slowing labor markets. And will we still see 2 more rate cuts before the end of this year? The Fed chief also talking about stock prices appearing fairly highly valued. You know, those words go a long way and resonate with people. So we'll get the take from our local professor, Stockton University, right around the corner. Stay right there. You want to hear this. Be right back.
It is a pleasant day today with clouds and some sunshine with a high temperature a bit above average around 70. For tonight, a cold front moves through the area, becoming mostly clear. It'll be chilly, low 46 for the city, colder out in the suburbs, and plenty of sunshine on Thursday, breezy and cooler with a high 62.
Just grabbing my charger, heading to Sam's for dinner.
Okay, but you'll miss your favorite tenderloin. Wait. Is that the Tuscan herb?
Mm-hmm. Hatfield marinated Tuscan herb. That's a real shame.
Did I say I was going to Sam's? Sam's coming here. Keep up, Dad.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork. Find yours at simplyhatfield.com.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Looking to grow your money? First Harvest Credit Union is celebrating its newest branch location in Voorhees, New Jersey, with a limited time 8.5% annual percentage yield share or IRA certificate for 13 months. Visit our Voorhees branch at 6 Haddonfield Berlin Road to open the account. Learn more at firstharvestcu.com/grand opening. Membership restrictions apply. Offer available to new members only with maximum deposit amount of $1,000 in new money. Insured by NCUA.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Headlines as the government shutdown continues at the federal level. I'm looking at some finance channels talking about the Trump tariffs, Trump threatening trade retribution against Beijing over soybeans. We're talking farmers. Got to talk about that one. Trump is not happy with that. And then you think about the impact of the government shutdown on, let's say, will that impact Fed rates? Powell says, of course, that the Fed will cut rates, I should say. And so we're hearing more and more about this bailout for farmers, especially in light of the soybean farmers and China retaliating and not buying the usual bunch of soybeans, if you will. So much to talk about this morning. Wanted to check in with our guru, if you will, of all things economic, our favorite local professor, Dr. Michael Busler, in the house. Hey, Michael. Good morning.
Hi, Dawn. How are you?
Doing great. So Jay Powell was in Philadelphia delivering that keynote yesterday. He talked about a lot of different issues, but talked about the government shutdown likely to, pretty much cement the Fed interest rate cuts, and talked about the stock market, talked about the slowing labor market, something that you've addressed. So as far as the government shutdown goes, do you think that pretty much guarantees that we'll get these rate cuts, 2 of them, to come before the end of the year?
I think so, but, with Jerome Powell, it's a little bit hard to tell. He's always a little too late to react to things.
Mm-hmm.
What he's looking at now and what was highlighted in a speech yesterday was he did note that the jobs market is becoming much weaker, and we don't have current data because of the government shutdown. We don't know what the unemployment rate was for September. The inflation number was supposed to be out today, but again, the government shut down. But I thought I heard that they're going to open up enough of the government to get the inflation number out by next Friday. And if they can do that, that's kind of critical because the Federal Reserve is meeting the following Tuesday and Wednesday to make their interest rate decision. The only numbers we have with unemployment, a private firm, ADP, who handles a lot of payroll for virtually everybody, they do some estimates, and their numbers show that the number of jobs added in September was about 30,000. That's a fairly weak number. We'd like to see an 80 to 100,000 job range. Last September, 2024, we added over 200,000 jobs. So the number of jobs added has weakened, and the economy has weakened, I think, and we'll start to see the unemployment rate go up. That's what I think Powell will key on when he decides to cut interest rates, and I'm fairly certain he will. He probably will only cut it 25 basis points, although, in my view, it should be cut about 50 basis points. And I've talked on the show before how the federal funds rate is still in the restrictive range. He's got to get it down at least to the neutral range, which would bring the federal funds rate down in the 3.25% range. It's a little over 4% now. So I think he is going to cut rates, probably only 0.25%. Again, I think 0.5% would be better. But I think he is going to cut it, and that should be a positive sign for the economy, and it should help to stimulate things and get the economy moving forward again.
Yeah, and so, when we look at this and we think about, obviously hundreds of thousands of federal workers, they're furloughed. But like you're saying, hopefully they bring back enough folks that they can get the numbers they need. When you also look at the tariffs and some of them hitting, I know this week, talking about things like cabinets, that sort of thing, and we still don't have resolved the trade with China. I know that the Trump administration had said they still expect to have those conversations. They're having those conversations, but with Xi, I think it'll be next week. So how does that look, and how does that impact all of us?
So I don't know what happened to China. Everything was going along very well, and then out of the blue, they said they're going to control how much of these minerals, critical minerals, that they're going to allow to be for them to export, rather than allowing as many as countries in the world needed. Now, I don't know why they did that, and the Trump administration was baffled by that too. But if they continue to take that position, that could hurt not just the U.S., but a lot of other countries. So President Trump said, look, if you're going to take that view, I'm going to put 100% tariff on all Chinese goods coming into the U.S. China can't afford to have that happen. Their economy is very weak right now. A lot of their growth in the last decade, particularly in the real estate market, was financed by debt. And it's okay to have debt as long as you're generating enough income to pay the debt service, but their economy has slowed, and they're not generating enough income to cover that debt service. There have been a couple bankruptcies of large real estate developers in China already, and they can't afford to have any more. So they're supposed to meet next week. Now, I'm not sure if they're going to have that meeting. I heard it was on again, then off again, then maybe on again. It would benefit both sides, the U.S. and China, to sit down and meet and try to get over some of these differences. If we end up getting in a trade war, nobody really wins in a trade war. So we'd like to avoid that happening, and if they can work something out with these minerals, and Trump can keep the tariffs a little bit lower, that'll help everybody. But they have to meet next week to find out.
Yeah, and I had seen, so there was, I think it was yesterday, it was Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent, and he did an interview and was talking about this because there's always this strategy where they're layering. So I think the deal is that they're, look, to your point about the rare earth, the rare minerals, is to try to push the deal to go through with India, between India and the United States. India, I think, viewed as an important ally, even though some of these have been, tensions have been rising because all these deals. Look, even friends, when you're trying to do a deal with somebody you consider a friend in your workplace, it gets a little awkward, right? Because you're pushing for the best deal if you have a contract, whatever. I can only imagine what that's like when you're dealing with these egos and world powers. I cannot even imagine it. But I think that that's the strategy here. I saw the term ring fence, like the Chinese trade dominance with the help of some allies, especially India. And so I think that they're trying to include the neighbors, if you will, and the allies like India.
I think what's happening, and I have a couple of professors that they're from China and they have Chinese contacts. What they're telling me is that there's a conflict going on within China from their hardliners who want to play very tough with the U.S. and not give in to anything, and then the more moderate wing of the Communist Party who said, look, there's no sense fighting here. We're both going to end up losing. Let's try to come up with something that we can both live with. So there's an inner conflict, I believe, within China that is causing more problems here. And I think the negotiators from China may be a little reluctant to make a deal until they're sure they're not going to upset a certain wing of the party. It's similar to the conflict that the U.S. has here. The Republicans want to do one thing, the Democrats want to do another, and we keep having these conflicts. Take a look at this shutdown. It's ridiculous that this shutdown has gone on for this long. So what normally happens when they can't get a budget, so the fiscal year ended September 30th, they couldn't come up with a new budget, so the government shut down. What's happened the last, 10, 12 times this has occurred is you pass what's called continuing resolution, which simply means we're not going to add anything. We're just going to keep doing exactly the level of spending that we did during the last budget, and we'll keep that for a couple of months until we can resolve things. So that did pass in the House of Representatives. It got a majority vote in the Senate, but because of the filibuster, you need 60 votes in the Senate. They were only able to get 55, which again is a majority, but it's not that super majority that you need. So if 5 Democratic senators would simply say, yes, we'll go along with this, and it's not like anybody's agreeing to anything for a long time. This continuing resolution only lasts for 75 days. Mm-hmm. So you've got to come to the table and negotiate things before the 75 days are up, or we're going to end up at the same boat that we're in. A government shutdown doesn't benefit anyone, and now it's starting to hurt people. Government employees get paid on the 15th and the 30th of the month. Tomorrow, today I think it's the 15th. Trump is trying to do something so at least the military get paid, but everybody else not going to get paid. The air traffic controllers aren't going to get paid. They have enough stress in their job, and now you're adding, they're not sure how they're going to feed their family. It just makes things very difficult.
Amen. Dr. Michael Busler, until next time, thank you so much for your great analysis, Stockton University, and you make it so easy. You're just our favorite professor. Thank you, Michael. Sure appreciate you.
Look forward to seeing it again.
Back at you. Yeah, and you see Russia just today pushing back at President Trump, warning that gas shortages, showing Russia's economy is nearing collapse. That's the word that we're getting. And President Trump yesterday expressing disappointment with the Russian President Vladimir Putin, who he said is just being stubborn and unwilling to end this conflict in Ukraine. So they're trying to get that deal together, soon. We know that Zelensky, that conversation happens. That happens at the end of this week on Friday. So we're watching all of this. It's amazing when you think about most people. Imagine you're, Monday, you go, oh, well, we brought forth peace in the Middle East, right? Isn't that enough for like most people in a lifetime or maybe a month's work? And with Trump, it's just a Monday. I mean, here we are on Wednesday. You know what I mean? It's just Trump force and the pace at which this president moves, unprecedented. It's incredible. We do have to do our Charlie tributes because we talked about it yesterday, of course. Charlie Kirk's birthday in heaven. I know we'll get to that because it was such a special day and an emotional day. But we will take that moment to think about Charlie, that beautiful tribute yesterday, and give our takeaways of what was special. I also want to thank our friends at Piazza Auto Group because you got to kick off this fall on a high note. You have time. You do have time still to find yourself a new or certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Do this. Did you know Piazza, they carry more than 1,600 pre-owned vehicles, and that's at any given time. Not only the brands that you hear me talk about all the time, Honda, yes, I have a Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, Volkswagen, but practically any other brand that you're looking at that you can imagine, they've got the selection. So visit PiazzaAutoGroup.com, search Piazza's pre-owned inventory, or for that dealer nearest you, and they're all over Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. Make sure you tell them, PiazzaAutoGroup.com, tell them Dawn sent you.
Of course, we all need to save a little cash these days. Saving money on your utility bills is a great start. Sign up for the CNC Heating and Air Conditioning Maintenance Plan. Minimize the wear and tear of your system and lower your energy bills this winter. If your HVAC needs replacing, CNC makes budgeting for your new system a snap with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts. Start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Exciting news from my friends at Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz and Dr. Cooley Bentz are thrilled to welcome a new prosthodontist to the team, their daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz. Dr. Emily is thrilled to join her father in continuing to provide the highest quality care and solution-based treatments. So if you're a patient with complex dental need or a general dentist who could use some backup on those complicated cases, Bentz Prosthodontics is your #1 solutions provider. Visit them at BentzDentalGroup.com to book a consultation today.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Viant, data-driven advertising made simple. The key to reaching new customers is not overspending on search or social. It's streaming TV, where you can make the right impression with the right audiences. No stress, no guesswork, just smarter advertising that drives new business growth. Viant. Visit ViantCTV.com to learn how easy data-driven advertising can be.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Iowa. Coverage starts at 6:30 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and it's the perfect season for something truly one of a kind. At Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, custom jewelry isn't just a service, it's a passion. For 35 years, this family-owned business has created timeless, handcrafted pieces that tell your story, all designed and made in-house. And when it comes to jewelry that stands out, don't forget the fifth C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Pennsylvania can count on.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
As you know, only hours ago, I returned from a very historic trip to secure peace in the Middle East. People said that couldn't be done. Charlie felt it could be done. Charlie felt it could be done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. But I raced back halfway around the globe. I was going to call Erica and say, Erica, could you maybe move it to Friday? And I didn't have the courage to call. But you know why I didn't call? Because I heard today was Charlie's birthday. And I said, that was a definite. And I said, we're going to have to forget about some of those very big, very rich countries that expected me to be there. And I can tell you, based on the length of that flight, I wouldn't want to go back tomorrow. But I would not have missed this moment for anything in the world. Nothing.
Beautiful tribute, Mr. President, to just a bright light in this world. I still cannot believe it. And I know many of you, we were just crying yesterday watching this incredible ceremony with, of course, so many dignitaries and Charlie's widow, Erica Kirk. But in this one, President Trump presenting Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica, with the highest U.S. civilian award, featuring, by the way, engraved with a Christian cross. And this is the first time that has ever happened. An incredible honor as Erica Kirk receiving that. Someday this will go to her children.
Honestly, President Trump, I have spent 7.5 years trying to find the perfect birthday gift for Charlie. And it's so difficult. And those of you that have spouses or loved ones, you know how difficult it is sometimes to buy a gift for someone that you love. Because he wasn't a materialistic man, so that also did not help. But now I can say with confidence, Mr. President, that you have given him the best birthday gift he could ever have.
So they tried to, at some points, joking back and forth a little bit to bring some levity and some humor that Charlie Kirk was famous for as well. But it was a beautiful, poignant ceremony about the contributions of Charlie Kirk and what he has done even in his death. So this was the prestigious Presidential Medal of Freedom that was presented in his honor, obviously posthumously awarded to Charlie Kirk, great American. And in his remarks, President Trump describing the co-founder of Turning Point USA as a fearless warrior for liberty, beloved leader who really brought us together, galvanizing the next generation like nobody we've seen before. So high praise from President Trump as well. And then there was this, and this one, this got my heart as Erica was talking about the children.
And before I close, I'll share with you that I asked our daughter what she would like to say to Daddy for his birthday. She said, "Happy birthday, Daddy. I want to give you a stuffed animal." "I want you to eat a cupcake with ice cream, and I want you to go have a birthday surprise. I love you," is what she said. And while our son, he's precious, he can't yet speak, in classic Kirk family fashion, his actions spoke louder than his words, and his gift to you, Charlie, and myself for that matter, was deciding to become the man of the house and be fully potty trained at 16 months. But Charlie, baby, I know that you're celebrating in heaven today, but gosh, I miss you.
We all miss you, Charlie Kirk, and we thank you. And really to thank Charlie Kirk's and his parents, his sister, our prayers are with all of them. But it was a beautiful ceremony yesterday in what would have been Charlie Kirk's 32nd birthday. Dan Borowski, I know that part because you and Maisie, it's emotional.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are, bringing into the world your first little baby girl.
Yeah. It's so tough to hear. The 18 months potty train, just small wins, that he won't get to witness.
It's a sin.
Yeah.
And we think about, and that's just it, the social media piece of this and just trying to bring down the volume level with all the violence and the threats and that sort of thing.
But that's what we're called to do. Surprisingly enough, he did pray for his enemies, which is very hard, but he did. He did. He did.
President Trump, yeah.
No one else, I saw him do it. No, he never did it in front of anyone else, but I can attest to that. But he also loved people when it was inconvenient. And he ran his race with endurance, and he kept the faith. And now he wears the crown of a righteous martyr.
Really just her words hitting and so beautiful. But for the first time in American history, Benny Johnson had put this out on social media and pointed this out, a Christian cross engraved onto the Presidential Medal of Freedom in honor of Charlie Kirk. And Erica Kirk wanted to share this with you as a testament of Charlie's powerful work advancing the kingdom of Jesus Christ, our Savior. And just beautiful tributes that are so heartfelt. And I just think it's so important to have these conversations with one another as we think about this in love and reaching out to family and friends who you haven't called in a little bit. That's another lesson too, because you just never know with this, just this violence, this evil taking away from us, Charlie Kirk, but the mission continues. Man, love you, Charlie. It just hits us all differently, like Dan and Maisie watching, and feeling the baby kick at home for each and every one of us, thinking about your family members. And I know for Dom Giordano and Roe and their family, and just thinking for all of us, how we're impacted by his life. And now, Charlie Kirk's in heaven, but this mission continues with his widow and with so many individuals now coming forth on the stage. Some of them on the stage, I will say, with Dom Giordano last Friday and Rich Scioli and all of you just picking up that cross and carrying it, Dom Giordano.
Well, thank you, Dawn. It was incredible, that rally. And I said many times it was very youthful, much younger than something like that usually. And almost every speaker tapped into some form of spirituality. It wasn't just political. I think the big story of the day is this study out of England on the trans numbers dipping and why. And we're going to try to delve into that and talk about, is there hope on this issue? And will Children's Hospital, that I used to have on the highest platform, reconsider what they're doing in the face of stuff like this?
Yeah, and take into account the cast report. I think that's part of this. I can't wait.
Yeah.
What an incredible Dom show that you have planned ahead. The Dom Show starts right now.
Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of a delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about crimpets. Oh yeah, I love crimpets. A uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from the house, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit bradfordwhite.com to learn more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Unlock the door to home ownership with American Heritage Credit Union. Through the comprehensive MyCU Home Connection program, receive exclusive benefits like a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Take advantage of some of the lowest rates in the region. Your home, your next step, your American Heritage. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to get started. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838. Equal housing opportunity.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power of One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, and there are a ton of interesting things. I mean, I have a cut of Robert De Niro for No Kings, leading the charge for this weekend. We got to hear that. Danica Patrick will play you in a moment. I once got stiffed on an interview by her, but I'm not holding it against her. She did look great. I had a lot of, I wanted to know, Henry, if you can get to a mic or somebody in there, what's the number one thing I would ask race car driver Danica Patrick about driving? Or what would I preach to her? Come on. Can't hear you guys. Faulty microphones.
2 feet?
2 feet. Yes, there's a man's a winner. Okay.
I'd ask her what she smelled like.
She smelled very good. She looked really good. And I just was trying to picture her in high heels in that dress driving at 200 miles an hour. But Danica Patrick reportedly has contributed $7 million to the alternative halftime show. We'll play you that in a moment. I think the halftime show is on. I put up on my Twitter. You can fire in there at Dom Show 1210. Who is it that you'd want to perform? People are all over them. I don't know how they're coming up with this petition for George Strait, but they are. Wait a minute. Is this a 3-producer show? We're going to be raided.
Apparently.
Does Greg Stocker know what's going on here in the budget? All right. Yeah.
Everybody eats. Everybody eats.
That's right. You have to call in. All right, Kirk, make a beeline out of here. Chop, chop, and bring some lunch back here. Put that on the tab, too. Oh, God. How did this happen? Usually it's much more difficult. Okay. By the way, Henry, you see on Fox that Antifa-linked teacher story is pretty big. Now students at Rutgers are fighting back and backing that guy still be here. We got to track them down. That's a good story. But the big story today, without a doubt, is this story out of merry old England University of Buckingham, or it's in Buckingham, not the palace. And the synopsis of it says essentially, quote, it's no longer trendy to be trans. Now, the data in here by various groups, we're talking hundreds of thousands of people in surveys or more across a very diverse field. And it's clear based upon this, I'm reading this from Substack, the guy that wrote it. It's down, the people identifying as binary or trans, 50% in just 2 years, from 6.8% to 3.6%, which I still think is fraudulent. I don't think it's really that high ultimately in 2025. In some elite institutions, the collapse is even starker. Andover, the big boarding school, 9.2 down to 3%. Brown, 5% down to 2.6. So what's the reason for this, first of all? Well, the author and others, and I would agree with this pretty much, cites the fact that mental health is better in all the quadrants, those that are trans or think they're trans and those that are not. And as a result of that, they theorize, and I do too, people are coming to their senses and realizing this is what we call a social contagion. How many times have we talked about, you see in schools, these little girls, 9, 10 years of age, suddenly, I'll give you a bet. Here's the best. I wish I could have on speed dial Bill Maher. I can get him on, but not, it takes 3 layers to get him on. He said on his show about all this trans stuff. How come when he's on the road and he has dinner in a place that's more red, it's a dinner party, people there that brought him there and all that, and it goes around the table, anybody that is their kid binary trans, and the numbers are very, very small. Then he said, I'm at a dinner party in Beverly Hills, and it's every other person. Why is that? Because it's fraudulent. It's a contagion, a social contagion. That's what it is that provoked this more than anything. In other words, it's trendy. So we haven't seen the backlash yet. I'm sure, if they can go after Harry Potter, Rawlings, they can go after this guy in England. We're going to talk to the former founder of Moms for Liberty at 2:15, you said, right? Tiffany Justice today. Yeah. I'm very happy about this, but it points toward places like Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, alleged scientists. I am completely divorced from that. And over the years how I sung their praises. As long as they go down this path and then lecture people about science, what science are they providing? And I don't even think it's the money with them. I think it's a few activists there, and they've cornered the market, and they continue to play into this, and they continue to tell parents and kids this is the way to go. There are a ton of cases before the Supreme Court as we speak. And we're going to see one big one that didn't make it to the court, but Alito wrote a stinging opinion on it, was in Colorado. And the plaintiff said about 6,000 schools across America will not tell their parents if the kid is using different pronouns and names and all that nonsense. They will not inform the parents by fiat. This is big, big news. Now, will this caution Democrats and progressives? No, because the base of their party is crazed over this issue. I told you the last couple of days. We see in Virginia, the issue is that attorney general guy who is just the most destructive, the stuff he's been wishing on group chats. The other issue, though, maybe bigger, is all the trans stuff that's going on in the Virginia public schools. And the Republican candidate, 57% of the ads and money have been spent on that issue. I would spend even more. During the Trump campaign, if I could, and had his ear, they spent $44 million. I would say triple it, and let's go borrow some more and spend that. And you know why? People hate the Democrat Party position on this. It flies in the face of reality and everything else. So what are they going to say? I'll let you know when the attacks start, because this broke late yesterday, that this is trendy, and we're seeing that trend go down. Mental health is better. Maybe the Charlie Kirk influence. Who knows? Maybe the Charlie Kirk influence. Who knows? All right, here's Danica Patrick. This will be cut 5. She was on, Henry, I don't know if I have the source here. It is. Do you happen to? She was on, I think it was the Charlie Kirk show.
I want to say it was Charlie Kirk show, yeah.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk show, right, with whoever the fill-in person is. Danica Patrick suddenly surfaces providing $7 million to this halftime show. She didn't even win races. My God. Got to get her on the show. I'm going to ask her. I remember the exact moment. We were on the road. Rich was with me, the program director. We were touring the country in an election cycle, and we were at the Ford Museum outside Detroit. And she was there doing some seminar, and we happened to be setting up. And you know us, we said, Danica Patrick, let's get her to go on. And she said yes. And then they escorted her away. You know, I chased a little bit, but, you know, there were guards and all. What the heck could I do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I wanted to ask you about the 2 feet. All right, here's Danica Patrick on the Charlie Kirk show about the halftime show.
The Jefferson Memorial. And I walked down there and I read all the plaques inside of the memorial. And I got done and I was like, wow. We used to talk about God all the time. It used to be everywhere. Your creator, all of these, this language was normal. And somehow culture removed it and made it inappropriate. Like I have, there's an F1 driver named Lewis Hamilton. He lost his dog Roscoe, and I always remember that because I'm from Roscoe, Illinois. And I don't really reply to many people's Instagram or X or anything, but I made a reply because animals are just like near and dear to my heart, especially dogs. And I said something, I replied to him, and at the end I said, you know, praying for your heart and, you know, Roscoe. Anyway, a few people replied and said the last part was totally inappropriate. And I'm like, what kind of disillusioned, like nihilistic world do we live in that you can't say praying for something without people being offended?
Well,
like you shouldn't say that.
That was Charlie's, I think.
All right, so Danica Patrick, that religious. I am very surprised. That's not my expectation, but $7 million. The halftime show is on. Now, people are saying crazy. George Strait? Ah, come on now. How many people? That's preposterous.
Yeah, it's got to be someone more contemporary.
Right, and people say wild stuff. When Creed comes up, they say, oh, they can't do it. Creed is touring. They'll be on that night. What? They would turn down, really, a Super Bowl? You and I will get a bunch of guitars and go up there and make fools out of ourselves if they say, we'll put you on. I'll just talk and you can play a guitar.
Creed cover band,
please. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Anything's possible. We'll do the show live there. Are you kidding me? All right, but I think Lee Greenwood will be in there in some way, shape, or form in the end, just as he should be. But who is it that is contemporary enough and would fill that bill? That's where it's going to happen. Now, I don't know the platform. Once I know the platform, I can tell you, will this take away viewers from the Super Bowl halftime show? And if how many? I still think Trump on stage, Village People, song or two, and then he does the dance. I'm going second by second to beat the NFL. Can I beat them in that second? Can I take audience share away from them in that second? Bad Bunny can be yodeling in Spanish at that point. I can beat him for 30 seconds. That's all I'm trying to do. Henry's buying into it. I can tell by his face he's starting to think, yes, let us produce this. Every second is all we're trying to win.
Every second is what's getting me. Just trying to beat him in a few seconds, just a handful here.
I was going to say a nanosecond, but I didn't want to be seen as a fanatic. But I'm energized by this. Not so much by the alternate, and it's all great, Charlie Kirk. It's to beat the NFL. I lived to be able to do that just for once, that they have to admit, oh, man, when he went into Spanish the fourth time, uh-oh. Yeah, but it was big in Bolivia. Yeah, but in Tulsa, you lost. Could they be beaten in some cities in the South for the Super Bowl halftime show? That's what I would try to do, Henry. That's another thing. I'd get some entertainer all in that town, whatever. I'm going to beat him in one fair-sized city just to say I beat him.
I feel like that's a fair thing to do. You're trying to target certain Americans here.
Exactly. That's it. The rest, they're going to stay with the NFL. What are you going to do? Okay? 855-839-1210, you get on board. Let me play you Robert De Niro. We got some great guests showing up today, too. Here's De Niro. And you could tell I'm revved up on this No Kings rally this week. He drops the F-bomb in here. He can't go a sentence with Trump in it and all. Here's De Niro's pitch to all these suburbanites who are the resistance. They're all going to wear berets and sing funny songs on Saturday across America. Here's De Niro.
The original No Kings protest was 250 years ago. Americans decided they didn't want to live under the rule of King George III. They declared their independence and fought a bloody war for democracy. We've had 2.5 centuries of democracy since then, often challenging, sometimes messy, always essential. And we've fought in 2 world wars to preserve it. Now we have a would-be king who wants to take it away, King Donald I. We're rising up again this time, non-violently, raising our voices to declare no kings. I'm Robert De Niro, asking you to stand up and be counted in the nationwide No Kings protest on October 18th. Visit nokings.org to find, volunteer, or host a protest near you. We're all in this together, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, nice by Bobby there. Okay, let me give you the side question. And then coming up, I just put this up because I saw Megyn Kelly talking about RFK Jr. as the most popular cabinet member. And I kind of bought into that. I'll give you the results of the little poll I have up. Who is, to you, your favorite cabinet member? I put the big 4 up: Rubio, Hegseth, Bondi, and Robert Kennedy Jr. All right, maybe there's somebody else you would say, but so far, that's really interesting what people are saying. It's a real unexpected thing. But your 76ers are going back to 2001. And look, I love Allen Iverson on game day. I've seen him up close. You know, he had it. He had desperation, hunger, etc. But if I were a Tyronn Lue and he stepped over me like that, that's it. The brawl starts right there. Right there. He wouldn't even have to be faking it or whatever. That's it. Well, first of all, I wouldn't have fallen down. He'd never fall down. Knock him down, but don't fall down. Okay. So they're bringing back hip-hop. We want to know your all-time favorite mascot, particularly, we did this with Joe Sabia here, so it has to be 4 or 5 years ago, at least, Henry. And we centered on food mascots, which there are tremendous number. But you can have a sports mascot. I'm going to take off so I don't forget Uncle Sam is off. That one. Mm-hmm. We forgot that a couple of years. How could we? You know, I'm going to take off the Fanatic. And I'll let you say Gritty, but you're not going to win in my mind with Gritty. I despise Gritty, but that's okay. And my food mascot, even though it's not number one, I just love saying it. I love it in Seinfeld, Mr. Peanut. I love Mr. Peanut.
I like to see him on the Ocean City boardwalk,
Yes.
you know, outside,
Yes.
shaking hands, giving out free samples.
Do you remember the boyfriend looked like Mr. Peanut that George had to beat out?
Oh, yeah.
For Victoria, I think it was. Yes. I'm bald. I live with my mother, and I have no job. Well, sit down.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
I'm Veronica.
Yeah, Veronica. That's right, it was. Yeah. Oh, what do you have?
Yeah, so I got a few here. Let me take someone that's been in the news recently.
Sure.
How about Uncle Herschel?
There you go.
You know Uncle Herschel, Dom?
Yes, that would be a winner. Tell us who that is.
He is the guy sitting on the Cracker Barrel logo.
Yes, that
He's
would
the
have
guy that
Yeah.
really, you know, people got in a whole pretzel trying to defend this guy, get him back in the logo. So
Yes.
it's only fitting that we put him in here today. Another one I'm going to take off is a fictional one. How about a mascot that ended up trying to destroy New York City back in the 80s? I'm talking about, of course, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man from the movie Ghostbusters, who somehow that production did not get sued by Michelin for image and likeness there. I don't know how.
Very good one.
And then the other one I'm going to take off is a college mascot. How about the Western Kentucky Hilltoppers? Their mascot, it's a Division I program. It's not.
Right.
Look it up. They're around. Their mascot is Big Red, and simply he is a big red furry blob. And he goes around the field terrorizing children and riling on all the drunk college students.
Sounds like Gritty.
Sounds very good. Andrew, do you have one?
Well, so I got a couple. The first ones I looked up It was every single cereal I ever ate as a kid.
Okay.
So Captain Crunch, very iconic. Toucan Sam, growing up, Fruit Loops was my favorite cereal, and I tried to recently eat it, and I realized how much sugar is in there, and I was like, oh my gosh.
I bought a box of this?
My parents used to buy this every week. And then, I don't know if you would count this, Dom. I was going to ask you, a little bit outside the box, Santa Claus as the so-called mascot of Christmas.
That's what we're looking for. Sure. Stretch it. Try it. Usually, we like the attempt at outside the box.
Sure.
Absolutely. Oh, Joy Behar, Republicans scared to be on The View. Henry, send him another note on your long list here. Dom Giordano would love
he'd
to
love
be on.
to, yeah.
Put on there as long as I could sit on Joy's lap. Okay. 855-839-1210. You kidding the ghetto? Imagine Sonny Hostin. Well, I'm a non-law school graduate. Ipso facto, though I know more than you, honey.
Oh,
Come on.
I'd love to see that.
Oh, yeah. I would bring in my certificate for winning moot court. Never forget
Did you
that.
bring up the 2 feet driving, too?
Oh,
or you think they'd use that
I
as
never
ammo?
forget the moment I won moot court. Oh, it's such an accomplishment. All right. It's better than a diploma. 855-839-1210. All right. Hit us. Don't let all the good ones be taken. There are a ton of them out there. Hit us with that all-time is what we're looking for. All-time food mascot or mascot. McCollum interviews Mondani today. We're trying to get her on after this. Martha McCollum is the perfect interview because she doesn't appear to be, grilling or doing anything, and she's barbecuing. That's what's going to happen today with this guy. I hope he's on for a half hour or so at least. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Get into great lease offers now at Hessert Chevrolet. A new 2025 Chevy Equinox EV, $399 a month for 24 months with zero down. The new Chevy Trax LT, $249 a month for 39 months. Or buy the 2024 Chevy 1500 Crew Cab Z71, $43,999, 11 grand off. Hessert Chevrolet of Cherry Hill. Call 856-406-6397 for details or online at HessertChevyCH.com. Together, let's drive.
Hessert Chevrolet!
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Welcome in. All-time mascots, particularly a food mascot. And it's all in the call. You have to explain. You have to tell us why that mascot. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Now, this is so apropos of cities like Washington. The Doge kid. Remember that? Remember the guy with Elon that got beaten up? It was a mob of about 15 or so that attacked him. They caught two of them, one boy, one girl, 115, 114, carjacking on top of it. Well, for all that, with all the scrutiny, a judge in Washington said, we don't care. You know, it's like Philadelphia and this medical examiner telling us this young woman stabbed herself to death. We're going to be talking about with her attorney coming up. Greenberg, who were on Nightline last night, because she was so distressed that she was going to be caught giving grades that were too high to her first grade class. Oh, my God. They're saying to you, we're Philadelphia, we're Washington, we'll do whatever the hell we want. So a judge there gave the two that attacked him and set off Trump sending the National Guard into Washington, these two juveniles. One is on home arrest on probation for a year, I believe. And the other, they were convicted of attacking, mugging, maiming, etc., including the carjacking. And there were about a dozen attackers, but police were only able to apprehend the two teens who received probation for that. This kid was beaten up pretty badly. He said, they slammed me against the car, started throwing a bunch of punches. I kept my hands up. I'm getting a lot of punches here, and I'm just trying to protect my head the best way that I can. As a result of that, this led to the first incursion into these cities. So think about this. Even the adults that are judges in Washington, D.C., they got to know this is an infamous case. And all they get is probation. Probation for this. Involved in a carjack. Involved in an attack that could have killed him. They get probation. This is what we're up against. This case, the sentence in this case, is what we are up against with these stinking blue cities. This is the way they think. Oh, he's only 15, he's only 14. This is the mentality with the whole nation now. Even these idiots have to know, are going to see this case, and that what would they do if it weren't this prominent? Oh, don't do that again, kid. You're still a juvenile. Now, I don't want to see it. What are the odds they're not within before the end of the year, committing another violent action? I take the bet, the over and under with me is they're going to commit many violent actions between now and the end of the year. That's the mentality. That's why Washington needed the National Guard. That's why Portland needs it even more. Even Krasner. Krasner's probably having a birthday party there applauding this today. My God. How bad does it have to be? All right. Hit me on Twitter, too, at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. Who is your favorite cabinet member? At this point in time, overwhelmingly, it is Marco Rubio. He was in the 60% of the voters for a while there. Marco Rubio. I'll make comments on what that may tell us. People are recognizing the great work he's doing. Hegseth was in second place, way behind. In third place was RFK Jr. I thought he'd be the most popular. And Pam Bondi was down at about 3% so far. I don't know if you have another option. But Marco Rubio, the favorite so far are people that have taken the poll. Just go to at Dom Show 1210. You'll see it right there, and let me know what you think, and I'll update you throughout the show. I think that's good because I think they're looking at Rubio not as a charter member maybe of MAGA, but as somebody who's done great work here. All right, so jump in on that. I was surprised. I thought it would be RFK Jr. All right, David in Somerset. He's the leadoff hitter today on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, David.
Hey, Dom. First of all, I want to address the baseless accusations by Joe from Columbus the other day. I had tons of stickum on. The ball was just not thrown far enough. That's my contention.
All right. We're going to Zapruder film that. Henry's got a project on that frame by frame. And in this, they maintain that you are the one at fault. At least that's the position of this show until further notice.
Don, if I can just say thank you to you. I mean, I'm making friends with Joe, making friends with, the Earl. I made so many people that I believe, Drew from Upper Darby was there. We had a great time.
I love that guy. I love Drew of Upper Darby. I mean, he's the man. Oh, God, he is.
But just so much fun to meet so many nice people and to meet you guys, too. And I can't thank you enough. I mean, it's just we have such a great community, and we enjoy each other's company. It's obvious from those events, and I look forward to the next one.
All right. Well, Dave, you are a charter member in that club, without a doubt. And Johnny has given me carte blanche. She says I can throw a football inside of Mulligan's anytime I want.
Hey, I asked Henry to kind of swerve one over from where you were sitting over to where I was on the bar, and he couldn't get it through that sign there. I don't know.
I wasn't about to break anything in that bar. That Marlin on the wall was.
Yeah,
I was just asking for it.
He's a long distance thrower. He's working on his touch.
Yeah.
Right.
Who's your mascot, David?
Tony the Tiger. Because as a kid, I just loved his deep voice. And then, you add into it, as when I got older, you found out that Thurl Ravencroft was the voice of not only him, but he sang the song Mr. Grinch.
I didn't know that. Very good, David. Thank you. Great call. That's what you want to do in a call. Give us your mascot, then frame it up for us. It is a community. It's amazing to see all that happen. All right. This story of Ellen Greenberg, the Greenberg family, Nightline last night. We have the attorney, William Trask, who's been with us before. Where do they go next? And I saw in some of the clips, I think, and this guy's a really good attorney, calling this garbage that was there. That was his legal, that it's incredible that the medical examiner's postulation, she was afraid she'd be found out that she was giving grades that were too high for her first grade classroom. So she kills herself? Really? Or is this Philadelphia sort of complying with the law? They had to comply, but they snarl when they're forced to comply. They didn't want to comply with this. Then, of course, there's the elephant in the room. Why did Josh Shapiro sit on this case so long when he was Attorney General? 855-839-1210, you get in. My friends at Martin Water Conditioning are celebrating their 52nd anniversary with their biggest savings event of the year. Now through the end of October, save on better water for your entire family. Giordano's, we've enjoyed crystal clear drinking water in our home for years thanks to Martin Water Conditioning. This is a great opportunity right now with this celebration for you to do the same. And the Martin Water Conditioning family, incredible to work with. Nobody, you'll see it, is as passionate about great drinking water. Save up to $500 on select systems for your home. You want to improve your drinking water. Martin's is offering $100 off Connecticut's K5 drinking system. Save $40 on the UV sterilizers. Special 24-month financing is available to those who qualify. You already own a water conditioning system. Enjoy exclusive offers on salt and filters when visiting one of the central Pennsylvania locations. For details, call Martin Water today or visit martinwater.com. The sale ends October 31st. Give your family the gift of better water this fall. Remember, just go to martinwater.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. We were honored to have William Trask. I believe he was the, there's a couple of attorneys here from the firm, but I believe it was William Trask on a good bit ago to update us on the Ellen Greenberg case, which even made Nightline last night again. He's an attorney with Lamb McErlane Associate, and just somebody who is doggedly pursuing this despite what I would characterize as an insult. This medical examiner's report, 32 pages, dropping this week. He was in court yesterday, and it looks like Philadelphia, there's no route there to get to the bottom of this. Let's go to attorney William Trask on Talk Radio 1210. William, welcome back. Thanks for joining us again. And again, I'm so glad the Greenbergs have top-flight legal talent, particularly. You have to be pretty resilient and dogged in a case like this.
Thanks. I appreciate you having me.
So what does this medical examiner's report do now as far as, was it they just beat the deadline? They had to comply, right, with coming up with their own examination?
Yeah, that's right. The city had agreed last winter that they would review this case again and, come up with an independent assessment of Ellen's death. And, unfortunately, after several months of their dragging their feet, doing nothing, we had to go back to court and get the court to compel them to complete their review. This report, such as it is the result of that review.
So the experts, I think the last time we talked, some of the experts you have, they talk about the lack of likelihood that you could injure yourself in the manner that she did with some of these stabbings. This medical examiner both seems to dismiss that and talk about, am I right, some suggestion, well, she had wounds or something from before, indicative that motivation to do this.
Yeah, look, the point of Dr. Simon's review was to assess all the evidence of homicide that the family had amassed over almost 15 years, and to determine whether there were any unanswered questions that warranted a further investigation. But she didn't do any of that, right? I mean, as you've just pointed out, the forensic science says a number of things. It says the door wasn't forced open from the outside, which, if you recall, was the entire basis for changing Ellen's manner of death to suicide in the first place.
Right.
Science said that Ellen's body was moved, that the scene was staged, that she was stabbed after her heart had already stopped beating. Right? It said, as you just pointed out, that the length of her arms and the angle of the stab wounds were such that she couldn't have stabbed herself like this, in the back of her neck and into her brain. And the report doesn't address any of that. She didn't look at Ellen's spinal column under the microscope like the other experts who concluded it was a post-mortem wound, despite that she's got the specimen in her possession at the ME's office, right? She didn't conduct her own assessment of the biomechanics involved in the stabbing. She just said that Ellen didn't appear to be physically handicapped, as though that explains why she would have been able to contort herself sufficiently to stab herself from behind.
Let me ask you a common sense question. I thought from the very beginning, maybe I didn't ask the last time, just as a layman here. People usually don't commit suicide, particularly, I don't want to be sexist, but females in this, I can't imagine, by doing something like this. So right away, my mindset when I'm looking at this is, boy, this would be pretty unusual. In other words, they do something that's more instantaneous, more maybe easier in their mind than doing something like this. Is it pretty rare, suicide in this manner?
It is. Well, and especially for women.
Yeah.
It's very rare. And, the experts that we've talked to and who have presented their findings to the city have also said that people who do stab themselves, they don't do it through their clothing, right? Which is, another indication that this was not a suicide. I mean, the problem here is we have a pile of scientific evidence that demonstrates that suicide is just not possible. And not only has the city not addressed that evidence, they haven't even acknowledged the evidence raises questions that warrant a closer look, right? Instead, we get 32 pages of nonsense, which is propped up by Dr. Simon's unsubstantiated speculation that managing a classroom full of 6-year-olds was just too much for Ellen to handle, so she lost it and attacked herself with a steak knife.
That's
right?
the thing.
And then after she was dead, stabbed herself again and got up off her back and propped herself up against the kitchen cabinets.
That's the thing.
It's outrageous.
I'm a former teacher. That was insulting. And when I've seen the pictures of her and they block out the little kids there, and she actually said something like she was afraid that day she was handing in her marks next day, and she was going to be found to inflating the remarks of the marks of first graders. That's when I lost it yesterday, reading this aloud on the air. I don't know how someone this close to it as you, why did she come up with this as a theory? Was that in the report? Who said this stuff?
Yeah, look, the city's really never been focused on Ellen's mental state. I mean, that argument is ridiculous and insulting, and I don't think anyone, certainly not a Philadelphia juror, would take seriously that, the anxiety associated with being a first grade teacher would drive somebody to this.
Before we go forward to big picture, what happens next? Putting this out there, broadening it to our listeners, either you or your colleague have made a great point. If you can have parents with the resources these parents have, their love, their dedication, be stiffed here pretty much, and attorneys like you, my God, in a place like Philadelphia then, what about some poor or lower middle class person? What shot do they have to justice for their kid?
well, and what of all of those other sons and daughters in Philadelphia that this has already happened to?
Right.
Whose parents didn't have the will
Right.
or the resources that the Greenbergs have had. I mean, it's really scary to think of the amazing power that the Philly law enforcement, wields over people. It's frightening.
Any theory now, again, I don't want to draw you in some area because I want to see this get to the truth, but it is true that Josh Shapiro was Attorney General then, and every media report that I can find, what I remember, essentially he got that because Krasner had been the attorney for the Greenbergs in some matter, recused himself. It goes there. What is it that Shapiro did as Attorney General, or more importantly, did not do in this?
Honestly, I don't know. I know that it was referred to Governor Shapiro's office when he was Attorney General, because, as you mentioned, Mr. Krasner had to recuse himself because he had previously, before being district attorney, he had represented the family in some capacity. I don't know what was done by the Attorney General's office. I wasn't aware that the governor had any involvement in this case at all until Dr. Osborne, the pathologist who conducted Ellen's autopsy, released a sworn statement that he, had changed his mind, and now, having looked at this evidence, disagreed that it was a suicide, acknowledged that his earlier flip-flop had been erroneous. I think back when that happened, Mr. Shapiro was asked about it, and he kind of doubled down and said that, it was clear to him that this was a suicide. And I don't know on what basis he made that allegation from.
Right. Exactly.
It's
go ahead, Wade.
I was going to say, it's clear to me from reading this report that Dr. Simon sort of misunderstood the assignment, I think, or maybe she had a different assignment than the one that we were aware of. Because, rather than assess the medical evidence and come to an independent conclusion, this report really appears written to smear Ellen's mental health and to exculpate her fiance, who, of course, has never been accused or charged of anything. It's not her job to determine who the murderer is. It's only her job to determine whether or not Ellen did it to herself. So the focus on those issues is beyond the scope, certainly, of our litigation. They're issues that have really never been, come up before. It's a drum that was beaten by the Attorney General's office, not by the city of Philadelphia. So, there it is.
Look, I hear you. I would assess this in this role as the job I have as short on medical expertise here, flies in the face of some pretty good experts, and long on theorizing in an insulting way to somebody who no longer can defend herself here. So what are your next avenues, William? What happens?
Well, I can't really comment publicly about, our plans moving forward. If this report and the last 15 years have demonstrated anything, it's that the Philadelphia law enforcement machine seems more interested in protecting itself than the people of Philadelphia. So we're moving on, but I'm not taking my foot off the gas. But rather than ask the city to police itself, we'll be working outside the city to make sure that those responsible for this are held accountable.
Absolutely. Well, please keep us in the loop. And again, great work here. It is stunning to me to see a report like this, but I know you won't give up, and I know the Greenbergs will not give up. Thank you, William, very much.
Thanks for having me, Dom. I appreciate it.
All right. Really noble parents here. And this insulting report. And again, Josh Shapiro sat on it. Now, when he runs for president, all this will come up. We'll see what happened here or didn't happen here. But he said it very well here. First grader, she inflated the grades. And if your heart stopped, how are you still stabbing yourself, medical examiner? And what shot would others without the means and resilience of these parents have in order to reclaim something here around her daughter? All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Just push pound 1210.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in 2 of my accounts One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on November 5th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $309 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get 4.75% financing for 60 months. Or check out a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $239 a month for 36 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
As you go through your end-of-season to-dos, add Call Horizon Cooling and Heating to the checklist. You wouldn't send your kids to school unprepared, so don't send your air conditioner into hibernation without a checkup from our specialists. If you've noticed your system struggling, weird sounds, smells, or changes in airflow, let's fix it now. Right now, install a new HVAC system and get up to $1,150 in rebates and 0% interest financing. Book today, and help is on the way. HorizonServices.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. And we should have that ready at all times because there's always good news here. The good news today. There we go. There we go. It is big. Yes, Bucks County. Fred Herron and Wally Zimmerlong, all-time great attorney who's on the line with us, have won in Bucks County. As I understand it, and we'll get Zimmerlong here in a second, they now can partner up, is the way I would put it, with ICE to protect lives in Bucks County, despite their opponents who don't want to protect those lives. And guess what, Bucks County? Just in time for No King's Day out there in Bucks County. Oh, yes. We need a counter right down. What's the main street in Doylestown? Court Street. I'll make it up. dancing down the street. They have won in this case. You know that Fred Herron, sheriff out there in Bucks County, is the local guy, and we'll have him on tomorrow to partner up with ICE to protect citizens in Bucks County. Why would you be against that? Well, you know why. Let's go to attorney, Republican trial lawyer at Zimmelong, LLC, and a guy who has been with us in so many huge cases. I won't say he always wins, but I would bet on him. Let's go to Wally Zimmelong. Congratulations, Wally. Another job well done. What was the verdict?
Well, thanks so much for having me on, Dom, and thanks for the kind words. A tremendous victory in Bucks County for Sheriff Fred Herron, for the rule of law, and for the safety and security of the citizens of Bucks County. A Bucks County judge has ruled correctly that Sheriff Herron acted lawfully and consistent with Pennsylvania law in entering into a memorandum of agreement with ICE to cooperate with ICE, mind you, to engage in very limited action where he would detain for ICE criminal illegal aliens. Those are those with outstanding warrants for criminal arrest. He would detain them for ICE and even in some instances transport them to ICE facilities. How on earth this was ever controversial is beyond me, but the judge correctly ruled that Sheriff Herron can do that and can do that because he is a law enforcement official in Bucks County that is charged with protecting Bucks County citizens. We are thrilled by this, and I would just add the way that Sheriff Herron has been maligned in this case, the outright lies that were lobbed at him, claiming he was going to break down people's doors, snatch people off the street with masked ICE agents. He was going to disappear them to third world countries. This is the things that the plaintiff said, the plaintiff's attorneys said in this case. It was absolutely reprehensible because he never, ever said that, never, ever said he would do anything like that. So this was a complete vindication for a very good, just man, and one that was a complete vindication for the rule of law. So we are thrilled with the result.
Well, he had the very best. I don't know how we got you here in Pennsylvania, but it's nice to know, particularly on these law enforcement cases, just for listeners who forget, the Springfield people, the Springfield, Montgomery County people, took on Wally Zimmelong on police wanting to wear the thin blue line or put it up somewhere. And it resulted in a federal case, the Constitution and everything else. It is the same thing here. I'm putting on notice, though, the Inquirer, Wally, and these others, by your words, how limited this is and how just, that they not go out there now and try to pollute this, that, again, we're going to see in Bucks County now, Gestapo and stuff like that. That's where they're wanting to write at this moment.
If you had told me when I started practicing law, when I graduated from Villanova Law School almost 25 years ago, that part of my practice would be devoted to defending law enforcement's common sense safety measures, I would have said you were crazy. But as you mentioned, Dom, you have the situation in Bucks, and then you have the situation, much like the situation in Springfield. The all-out attack on law enforcement is mind-boggling. It's even when there are just common sense public safety measures. These are aliens that are here. These are criminals. Mm-hmm. They're drug members. They're gang members. Human trafficking. Why don't we want to remove these people? Well, why are we defending these people? These aren't ordinary folks. These are criminals that have warrants outstanding. Yeah. That they've been charged with a crime. They've skipped bail. They have a probation violation. These are folks that have warrants, and that's who Sheriff Herron wanted to go after, and will go after.
Right, and these very people can't answer for Lake and Riley, how those guys were let out and tortured and killed her. That's exactly what's at stake here.
And why you would try to defend those people,
right?
And say, we should make every effort to keep them here. This benefits those people that challenged this action as much as anyone else.
Yes.
So it's a shame that we're here. It's a shame that we had to go through it. It's a shame that Sheriff Herron, who's a tremendous individual and should hopefully wins re-election resoundingly, had to go through this. But this is what the left engages in modern America. It's to malign the everyday working people out there. And I don't think there's anybody that's more emblematic of the everyday working people than the men and women in law enforcement. And they are public enemy number one for the left, progressive left in this country.
But I mean that as a law school dropout, but someone who did win moot court, Wally. You are as good as it gets, as methodical, resourceful, and figuring out exactly as you're breaking it down now, how to boil this down for laymen, judges, whomever they might be, when it comes to the Constitution and the rule of law and what's at stake. Thank God we invented you, and you've been in our life here on this show for the last 10 or 12 years.
Well, thank you so much. And if anything else happens, I'll be sure to let you know.
Thank you, Wally. Thank you very much. All right, Wally Zimmerlong. All right, you may remember way back to COVID days, and we'll get Fred on tomorrow again. I don't know that a celebration is appropriate. I'm sure opponents, look at them, they're celebrating. But Fred, if it's appropriate, we'll go to the same bar. I will not only buy you a drink, I will pour that drink. Okay. So I'd love to get your reaction to this. You know why this is so difficult for them? Because a lot of these programs, the government what is it, 287G, something like that partner with the sheriff's offices, they're out in the sticks. They're out in the hinterlands. Nobody that I know of has been close to a big city doing this as Sheriff Fred Herron. You got to let everybody know in Bucks County, remember how important that race is, and the race with Jen Shorn, who is a heck of a prosecutor there. Bucks County is on notice here, Diane Marseglia, who tried to put the kibosh on this with Bob Harv, DeGrasse Harvey. All right? Phone lines are 855-839-1210. Love to get your reaction to that. That's all straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, I'm Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network, PNC Bank loves an exciting game. But we also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That is why PNC leaves a third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in our zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night at Parks Casino on the last Thursday of every month in 360 Lounge. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Elevate your dining space in time for the holidays with Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20% on dining room pieces, tables, chairs, credenzas, and sideboards, break fronts and china cabinets, servers, even chandeliers. Perfect for hosting family and friends. Discover nearly 20,000 unique items from 18th century American and European design to mid-century modern and contemporary showstoppers. Shop online with code DINING25 at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit the Hatfield Showroom, open 7 days a week. Happening now through the 15th. Some exclusions apply.
Win your share of $500,000 in prizes at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa during the Strike It Rich drawing. Earn entries now through October 25th for your chance to win weekly prizes. On October 25th, 5 grand prize winners will win $25,000 worth of gold bullion. The $500,000 Strike It Rich drawing. Win your share of $500,000 in prizes only at Borgata.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer: an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
All right, it is Dom time. Can we pick him out? You know, at Dom Giordano Day this year, who was one of the persons of the year? Fred Herron, who journeyed all the way down the Mulligans. Didn't need much prodding. The guy was the life of the party there. As we celebrated with him, and now the big moment, he has won in court, if you're just joining us out there in Bucks County. And here's why this is important. Bucks County is the last remaining vestige of sanity in the suburbs. Delaware County, they're hiding right now, those progressives. Another massive tax raise, it's predicted, after raising it 23% last year. Montco's Little Philadelphia, you know that. Horsey country's gone nuts out there in Chester County. So we're left with Bucks County. That's where the big race is. Herron for sheriff, Shorn for DA. If those two win, we're putting that stamp on it that there's still a degree of sanity in the suburbs. And that's all that this is. It's limited. It's protecting lives, protecting people. I could just see, because I think Bucks County is one of the epicenters of the no kings nonsense, Doylestown and the like this weekend. I can just see them now, the frothing. Diane Marseglia, Scott Presler there yesterday. All right. You can hit us, and I'll let you know if there's a celebration. I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but I feel like doing it again. My bartending skills feel like they're getting better. You know, they don't have to pour out the beer every time. 1 out of 2, I had a beer that I was able to pour. It was a very tiny area. Very tiny.
Shooting 50% in any sport.
There you go. That's
a win.
right. That's right. Exactly. And some guy actually came up and wanted a mixed drink. Can you imagine having me do a mixed drink there? What the hell I might do?
Maybe a little bit of an overpour.
I'll pour a little bit of wine. Yeah, remember that gave us the side question, the tequila line, the Mendoza lines.
Great one.
Yeah, that was a great one. Okay, our buddy Evan Picchetto is the ambassador of the Philadelphia Young Republicans. I think they sent him to the suburbs now, which used to be they would send people into the city to find Republicans. And I love these guys over at the Young Republicans. I saw him recently at the 1492 event, and I asked him to come on. The board of directors has released a statement about the Young Republicans caught on this group chat saying racist and other vile things and what should happen to them. And I think that's fair, but there's a pivot point here. Democrats gone wild over this and saying, yeah, that's what Republicans do in their spare time. What about the group chats with the guy running for attorney general in Virginia? Dead babies in the arms of the mom and all. So I'm all on board. Now, J.D. Vance has jumped in, and said, if you criticize these young Republicans, you're clutching your pearls, essentially. I hate that expression. You may see it that way. I would acknowledge this, then go on the attack against the Attorney General. Let's go to Evan and see what the young Republicans in Philadelphia have to say about this. Evan, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Dom. Thank you for having me on the show. How are you today?
Very, very good. All right, so immediately it seems like the National Board of Directors have talked about being appalled, et cetera. Have we gotten a statement from the Philadelphia Young Republicans yet?
Yeah, so the Philadelphia Young Republicans and the Pennsylvania Young Republicans, as well as myself, are all outraged by this text message thread. And with these groups, we're calling for the resignations of these individuals, Peter Junta and the other individuals on the text message, from our ranks. In our opinion, just as we call out disgusting, anti-Semitic, racist, and or violent rhetoric that we're hearing on the left, we also have to call it out within our own party, because we cannot continue forward in a manner that President Trump has dictated and has won elections on by growing our vote with populations all across the American citizenry if we're saying these terrible things. And Dom, just as a little background, because I know it's a news story in the news, the Young Republicans all gathered in Nashville in July of this year, and that's when we voted in the new chairman of the National Young Republican Organization. So the race was this Peter Junta versus an individual named Hayden Paget. And the Philadelphia Young Republicans and the Pennsylvania Young Republicans both endorsed and voted for Hayden Paget, who ultimately prevailed and won the race to become the new chairman. So we feel not only outraged by the racist and anti-Semitic comments in the text message thread towards these different groups, but also outraged about the violent stuff he's saying about people who would oppose him in that vote. And we just cannot have it within our party. We cannot have it in cities that we are trying to regain a footing as Republicans. Take Philadelphia, for example. We lost the city council races. Well, how are we going to get more votes if we are alienating individuals who have the same values as us, who believe in the American Constitution, who believe in individualism and capitalism and a merit-based society? We can't push people outside of our party for, skin color or religious differences. That's crazy.
Absolutely.
We must.
Now, that's why I have to say, and you can say it in any capacity, that J.D. Vance is off in this. I get what he's saying. Why, and I hate it that he's saying, young people or kids here. Look, this one guy could have been your national president. We need somebody who has no background like this, because we know the media, how biased, intolerant it is, how hard it is. You and I have talked on the air and off about the double standards here in Philadelphia. But that's the game we're in, and we're in it to win it. And Trump has broken through with Latinos, particularly in African-American, in some sectors that we can capitalize on now. And again, just pivoting to the Virginia guy is not enough. We got to go after our own and then pivot to say, okay, we've stuck up on this. What about this guy running in Virginia? He's running for attorney general. He's not in his 20s. He's in his 30s at least. And he ought to be called out and said to stand down and drop out of the race.
And I understand that the attorney general candidate in Virginia has said disgusting things in these text messages. And I'm condemning that too. He needs to drop out. He needs to, resign from that candidacy. And I just feel, as you said, we've made historic gains with Latinos, African Americans. If you follow the Republican Jewish Coalition, they're reporting that 48% of Jewish individuals in the state of Pennsylvania voted Republican. It's a historic high. We need to welcome everybody into our party.
So what we're saying, what you guys are doing, this is an opportunity rather than a crisis. It's an opportunity to reaffirm that. That's exactly right.
Yes, sir. We have to reaffirm that, the Republican Party is for all. The rising tide will lift everyone's boat. But if we do not win elections, and if we don't condemn this type of racism and anti-Semitism, and also violent rhetoric against other Republicans who don't support you in a race, then we will never win an election, and that tide will not rise.
Absolutely.
All the boats will not go up together. We will not continue this American experiment.
Evan, let me ask you, though, a practical question here, too. These guys are younger than you. You're young Republicans, you and your colleague and all. So they've grown up more in this era of these things are going to surface ultimately, these chats, etc. What the heck are you thinking where you're trying to be in a position of authority? You wanted to be the head of the Young Republicans, as you said. We know the media bias against you. What in the world has you still engaged in this stuff?
Well, I would argue that they were not thinking.
Yeah.
They were simply being, a-holes, for lack of a better word. And, they're not going to be able to work in politics anymore. Up and down the Republican spectrum, they're all being fired from their jobs, whether they're legislative aides, they're being called to resign. One's a state senator. They're not going to be included in our party anymore if this is their rhetoric and this is how they treat people who are coming into our party.
Exactly. What's the website for Philadelphia Young Republicans, Evan? Where do they go?
On social media, Philly YRs. You can find us there. You can find our statements. We're having upcoming events all the time where we welcome everybody, regardless of your religion or your skin color, to come to our events. If you don't agree with us as Republicans and you're a Democrat and you just want to have a debate with common sense people, we welcome you to come. We want everyone who believes in America, believes in capitalism and meritocracy to please come to our events and to please get involved.
Absolutely. Evan, thank you. Thanks for coming on today.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Evan Bacchetto here, Young Republicans of Philadelphia, and I think that was exactly the right stance. And I think J.D. Vance miscued a bit here. I get it. We get the media bias. We get what's going on in Virginia. Call out these guys because this would be ever ending with the media, and then pivot quickly toward the guy in Virginia. That's the way to do it. All right, the big news, though, I am thrilled with this. Fred Herron is doing unbelievable stuff over in Bucks County to enhance the community, keep people safe. We're kind of jammed up today. I wanted to give full time to him tomorrow. We should have him on tomorrow to talk about this. And I think in Bucks County, the weekly commissioners meeting's probably on Thursday. So by then, we might have Diane Merseglia, five-alarm fire. And will this play out in the upcoming election? Yes. And the courts have said this is lawful. What in the world? Wally Zimmerlong put it best. He works on all these cases where they go after cops. In what universe would you go after the cops, the sheriff, and ICE in a suburban community, Bucks County? Well, it's the capital of these mamas, these indivisible types, etc. Springfield, over in Montgomery County. I was shocked. The guy that at least was the head of the town council there is the son of a noted high-up Philadelphia cop. I went over there several times. We had back and forth around this with what they were not allowing the cops to do with the thin blue line. It's because they're under siege. They're under fire all over the place. And it could be anywhere, even in the suburbs, cop hatred. That's what this is. And, of course, you mix in Trump hatred with this. And all that it's going to happen here, you heard Wally Zimmerlong, this is limited but effective to stop people who might murder people in Bucks County, like Lake and Riley. That's what's at stake here. How could you be on the other side? Well, they're the other side because they are. Because they have some perverted sense of the constitutional rights, which are non-existent almost, of those that are here illegally and already criminals that might commit more criminal acts. The Constitution is not a suicide pact. That's what they would have you believe if they know enough about it. All right, 855-839-1210. You can get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless all you have to do is just push pound 1210. What welcome news today? Coming up, we'll take some more of your calls. All-time mascot coming off hip-hop. Basketball mascots are hard. Henry, what would you say the number one basketball mascot is in pro sports? I don't know if there is one.
In pro sports?
Pro sports. I don't know if
I'd still have to side with the Fanatic.
Fanatic.
He set the standard. You said all sports.
No, I thought I said basketball. Pro sports, yeah.
Pro sports?
Yeah, basketball.
The Phoenix Suns gorilla.
Okay. All right.
I mean, he gets on the trampoline, does the cool dunks.
Okay.
Is he still the mascot?
The Fanatic is overwhelming, and hip-hop, off the trampoline, gets up pretty high, pretty dangerous stuff they do at Sixers games.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And then there's Gritty, who's notorious, at least, with the Flyers. But we're looking for the food mascots or the outside the box, like Uncle Sam was a good one. All right. Thank you, Fred Herron. Thank you, Wally Zimmerlong. More on that, but your calls on it, too. And we're going to talk, and it's kind of apropos of the same thing, with a great group, the Termini brothers. All time, I'll find out if cannoli is really the signature there or not. I think it is. At least it's my signature. They do great work where they are in South Philly. The dad dies. They're trying to keep the same values, which are timeless, for that bakery. And they're vandalized unbelievably. Just see these guys running around with their little Antifa black outfits on, whoever they are. They'll be with us here briefly, but we're going to talk with Tiffany Justice, too, at 2:15, former founder of Moms for Liberty, on this huge survey indicating that the whole trans phenomena, as far as kids identifying with it, is going down rapidly. And the theory is because it was just trendy. A lot of fire at that. You know that. All right, get him right now at 855-839-1210.
Hi, friends. This is Kathy Barnett. On October 25th, we're bringing the Seed and Roof Summit to Philadelphia, talking about faith, family, and the future of work in America. CEOs, Heritage Foundation, pastors, even voices you don't expect, like Killer Mike, 3-time Grammy winner, will be in the room discussing our kids, our jobs, and our country. Seats are going fast, and October 25th is right around the corner. Get your ticket at kathybarnett.com, kathybarnett.com. Be in the room where it happens.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love the work they've done in my home. You already know by now if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. But you may not know Chapman also does roofs. That's right. The same trusted family-owned company that has been serving our community for more than 30 years can replace your roof, too. And they do exceptional work. It just makes sense to have one expert team handle your entire exterior, your roof, siding, windows, doors, all working together beautifully and built to last. The Chapman team truly cares. They take the time to listen, explain your options, deliver high-quality craftsmanship with every detail. That's the Chapman difference. And with financing available, your home improvement project can be easier and more affordable than you think. So if you or somebody you know needs a new roof, windows, doors, siding, or shutters, call. You can text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
It wasn't easy being a meathead.
Optima Tax Relief. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses from people that may be a tired
Meet for real
maybe somebody who's
meatheads.
having trouble
Yumbo.
selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from hair growth and spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
For the pulse of the city, even if it ain't pretty.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano show. So big story here, I think. We live here locally, not just national stories, is that Fred Herron has won the right to protect citizens in Bucks County. That's the bottom line on it. And I'm looking at this story that just surfaced. A Halloween display outside a Richland Township home is drawing attention for its reference to immigration arrest. A resident put a skeleton in a sombrero with its wrist zip-tied in the front yard. A second skeleton beside it wears a baseball cap and a black utility vest that resembles garb worn by ICE. All of the skeletons are loosely tied on ropes, swaying in the wind. A TikTok user said, "This is the type of stuff that my neighbors do out in Pennsylvania. And we were really stooping to this." The homeowner said her husband put up the display because they're full-fledged Republicans and they're fired up about what's going on in the country. Oh, man. These Halloween displays are the thing that always are on the boundaries here. But I am so happy that we are safer, or will be safer, in Bucks County now, thanks to Fred Herron. By the way, coming up, we're going to talk with the Termini brothers, Philadelphia institution. When I saw that Action News led with it last night, with all that's going on, that tells you something. We'll explain coming up. Let me go to Jesse in Drexel Hill on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Jesse. Afternoon.
Hey, Dom. How you doing?
Good.
Listen, my mascot is one that nobody's ever seen.
Okay.
And yet he's supposed to come around another couple of weeks. Little Linus will be waiting in that pumpkin patch all full of optimism, telling his friends he's going to appear. And once again, I think this year he's going to be a no-show. That's a damn great pumpkin.
All right. That's a good one. Yeah, that is a very prominent one. That is outside the box also. Okay.
The trick-or-treating in that Charlie Brown special still cracks me
now,
up.
this,
I got a rock.
Yeah, this display that I put up, with all deference to the homeowners, I get it. They have the right to do it. Do I think this display is helpful? I get they're happy that immigration laws are being enforced. No, I don't. And again, my show, my ethos always comes back to one thing: winning. That's what I care about. Winning with principle, but winning. You got to win. And what we saw in court today around this decision is a winner. Are people in Bucks County really going to say, no, I can't vote for Fred Herron because he's going to keep us safer and his opponent doesn't want to do that? Are they going to say the same thing with Jen Shoren, who wants to keep you safe in Bucks County and the opponent does not? Or you could argue at least as much. By the way, Henry, I don't know if you're in on this. His office, the guy running against Jen Shoren, said be happy to do a debate. She told me several times she would.
Oh, all right.
Oh, yeah.
You should do it here, too, right?
Well, that's, of course,
all right
here in studio. So we'll ask them again if they want to do that. No holds barred on what is public safety in the suburbs. I know Shoren's position. I think her opponent is a lot weaker. He ran in the Democrat primary against Larry Krasner way back when Krasner first ran. And I think he would be against. See, this court case is a tell. Rather than all these vague stuff, yay or nay? Do you want Fred Herring to keep you safer by detaining people that have an ICE detainer against him? Or do you want to cite as Houlihan and Scanlon and all these others some nonsense they say is constitutional? And Mikey Sherrill over in Jersey. She doesn't want to keep people safe. She voted against, well, first time she didn't show up and vote on Lake and Riley. Thought she'd get out. That's even worse. Then she voted against it. She's got her own baggage. Can't walk in graduation. Now the Chinese money in her campaign, $65,000. She's being sued now. The spurious charges of killing people by opioids. On Jack Cettarelli, the guy's walking around with meatballs. What's the opioid thing here? Oh, his publishing house was telling people bad information. That's why they took fentanyl. She's going to lose on this. Even though with a public figure, it's hard to get a defamation thing going. Let's go to Joe in South Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Good afternoon, Dom.
Hi, Joe.
I do not believe that this woman committed suicide, and I will tell you why. You know that the police keep statistics on everything, and they also do it with suicide.
Right.
Now, men jump in front of the subway. Men put a gun in their mouths. Women, pills and alcohol, they lay down, they go to sleep, and that's it. They don't stab themselves. They don't do that. You know
look, Joe,
that.
that's what I said to the attorney, and he agreed. You're exactly right. Commonsensically, this would be incredibly rare. And by the way, you don't continue to stab yourself after your heart stops.
This is correct. Now, this medical examiner, very clever with the use of language. No sign of foul play.
Right.
That does not mean there wasn't foul play.
Exactly.
It just means there's no sign of it.
Thank you, Joe. Well put. All right, coming up, Philadelphia Institution. Joe Termini, Vincent Termini Jr. Their dad passed away recently. If you're from South Philly, as I am, or anywhere in the area, you know that. I'll find out. I think I asked them once. I think they said cannolis are the signature. But the world changes. You know, maybe not. Mine would be the chocolate, although the vanilla, I don't know. Got to get them both in one. That's what you have to do. All right. And they were leading Action News last night. Ro and I both saw it, in that there was massive vandalism at their main store in South Philly. And we're going to see what the city does about it. I just thought it was a story that hit home. We'll take your calls, too, coming up. All-time mascot, hip-hop coming back for the Sixers. Thrilled that Fred Herring has won here. Henry's working to get him set up for tomorrow because we're kind of jammed up today. And we'll go through it with him, what this means for people out in Bucks County. And again, I am celebrating this. It is common sense, and it tells us that at least one suburban county has not lost their mind. That's how I would put it. It's the good news. There's still some sanity there. 855-839-1210. Hey, let's talk for a moment, though. Are you feeling run down? Skip the quick fixes that wear off fast. Feel your day the natural way with Rescue Oracine. This unique supplement works at the cellular level to help your body produce steady, lasting energy so you can power through work, family, and whatever life brings. Plus, it supports a healthy heart and blood pressure, giving you daily support to feel your best. Right now, you can get a special buy one, get one free deal. Just use that code MyEnergy when you order Rescue Oracine today. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak with a friendly rescue product consultant or visit res-q.com. Enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. Double up on your daily energy support with this limited time offer. Rescue Oracine, lasting energy naturally. Go and get it now at res-q.com.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details. Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. Weather sponsored by Moderna.
It is a pleasant day today with clouds and some sunshine with a high temperature a bit above average, around 70. For tonight, a cold front moves through the area, becoming mostly clear. It'll be chilly, low 46 for the city, colder out the suburbs, and plenty of sunshine on Thursday, breezy and cooler with a high 62.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. And they are a Philadelphia institution, not just South Philly, all over the place. Termini's here. And when they led off Action News last night, I didn't know until then. I don't think I had heard it, the passing of their dad. Joining us, Dom Giordano Show, Joe and Vincent Termini. Hi, guys. Welcome to Talk Radio 1210. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom. Thank you for having us. We really appreciate it.
Well, I think I had you guys on. It's been quite a while ago, and it was cannoli related, some controversy, something. So where else would I go? But our condolences. And Action News last night, Joe and Vincent, talked about the fact that you guys want to continue for decades more the values and traditions of your father. What is it that makes Termini's value-driven? What was it? What's the driving, the mission there?
Well, you know, Dom, it's just a beautiful American story, and it's a beautiful Philadelphia story. And, you know, for over 100 years, we've developed this love affair with the city.
where we're one. It's a tremendous responsibility, but it's one that my brother and I hold very close to our heart, and my grandfather and father before us also felt very strongly about. In that this is Philadelphia. This is what it is, and you have to make sure that you uphold the standards and traditions that people have just flocked to in the Philadelphia area, good times and in bad. Termini Brothers has always been a staple, and that tradition needs to continue.
The other brother, because I'm not sure if it's Joe or Vincent talking here, I apologize. The tradition, et cetera, is amazing. So you guys, as I understand it in the report last night, keep your lights on, which is, I'm a big light turner off, always with my wife. That was our worst fight being married, the lights off. That's a lot of lighting going on there. So you would think the property be safe. You're trying to keep the neighborhood safe. What happened? The vandalism looked to be pretty extensive.
Dom, this is Vince Termini Jr.
Yes, Vince.
So, yeah, we do have lights. We can't have enough lights. If you drive down South 8th Street on the 1500 block, it looks like a stadium. We actually had neighbors actually complain that the lights were too bright, and their nighttime lights on their porches were not going on because our lights were so bright and they were shining through their bedrooms. But we did that as a deterrent, and we did that for the security and the safety of our neighborhood and our business. And guess what? It just some people out there just do not care. They don't care if they're on camera. They don't care if they're seen. It's like there's no ramifications, and it's a little alarming,
Yeah, I mean, these guys prowling all over it, some of them on the roof, some of them dressed with a black hoodie and all the rest. I share that with you guys because, again, this is a foundational place in Philadelphia. It's where I grew up, South Philly, where people, monitor this stuff. So I guess the question, Joe, is what's the city doing about this? Are you satisfied after leading Action News last night with all that's going on? Do you have leads? What's happening with this?
Well, yeah, Dom, and I think what the attention is coming from is that the very fabric of our neighborhoods, in my opinion, is it feels like it's being torn apart. There's right. Termini Brothers has always been that standard, in the neighborhood especially. It's always been that iconic, no matter how bad things get. Termini Brothers always takes care of their property, and it's a symbol of the neighborhood. And to have somebody do that, it's really gut-wrenching. And I think that's why it drew so much attention from the news. In terms of the city, Clip was out this morning and they removed the graffiti. And, of course, our beloved police officers, every one of them, there was a huge showing from them in terms of, we're going to get these guys, we're going to get these guys. And I really feel bad for them because in many ways, I think they're handcuffed, And I asked one of the detectives what could come from this once they get caught. And he said, we'll probably get a citation and probation. And, I mean, you and I both know, and everybody, all your listeners know as well, that's not going to be enough of a deterrent. Back in the day, you wouldn't have to worry about stuff like that. The guys in the corner, they would have probably seen those guys on the roof and then twisted them into a pretzel. And I think we need a little bit more of that, to be honest with you.
No, a citation, something this public, because you guys are on it. This is a landmark. Again, it's awful if it happens in some lot where there's no lighting or whatever. When you go down Broadway in our South Philly, you guys are mine, and you hit in this manner, having to know there's all kinds of cameras, there's lighting like Stalag 17, it's sending a message in the city. This ought to be a group that is made an example of so that others hopefully will be deterred a bit if it's a little citation in some back order. I mean, Action News, guys, you're not in that business, but you're public, led with this last night. And I think they're sensing the same thing that I'm sensing and you are.
Yes, I would agree with you.
So, again, keep us in the loop on this. And, all right, the age-old question, Joe first. Is the cannoli the signature at Termini Brothers?
Always has been, always will be, Dom.
Thank God. The world is safe. Vince, do you agree with that, or do you have another contender?
I can't argue with that. I cannot argue with that. And we disagree on a lot, my brother and I. We agree on a lot, disagree on a lot. It's a family business. I can't argue with that one.
And which is the winner? Is it vanilla? Is it some exotic flavor? Is it chocolate?
It's the regatta cheese.
Yes.
By far.
By far,
that's
yes.
the staple. Nobody leaves here without a regatta cheese cannoli. Fresh filled, of course.
Absolutely. We'll have to stop by and say hello. And Termini's down there on A Street, but the one is over at Chicky and Pete's too, right? There's one there?
Yes, we have 5
also,
locations.
The Reading Terminal Market. You can't forget the Reading Terminal Market.
Okay.
You want to talk about iconic Philadelphia
exactly.
institutions.
Well, guys, you have our number here, too. Would you please let us know as it continues and if you're satisfied with what happens, because I hope it doesn't get buried. It's a story that is, where we are in the city right now, and more has to be made of this.
Yeah, the people made something of it. They turned that volume up when that story came on because it hits close to home.
Exactly, guys. Thank you. Our condolences too, and I like what you said. Decades more. We have to keep it going.
Thank you, Dom. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Joe and Vincent Termini and Vince Termini Jr. here. All right. You see these idiots, and you heard what they said. I mean, they were being diplomatic a bit. It's why the Wawas of the world and others leave the city. These, he said regatta. Mine is, I got to say the chocolate, but I'm open to a tasting contest here. Do you guys have a favorite? Henry, take the gun or take the cannoli?
Taking the cannoli.
Okay. That's one of the top 5 lines from Godfather. And you, Andrew, do you have a favorite?
I love cannolis.
Yeah, but I mean, favorite flavor?
The vanilla with the chocolate chips inside, like the mini chocolate chips. My wife can't eat enough of them.
Oh yeah.
And I can't really.
Yeah.
I have little self-control when it comes to this.
Hard to beat Termini's brothers. But, the lighting is unbelievable. You heard what he said. Larry, he didn't say Larry Krasner. I'll put that in. Citation, slap on the wrist. Don't do it again, kid. Go bother somebody else not as prominent. But good news judgment by Action News to lead with that last night, given all that's gone on. It is something broader than just a bakery, much broader. And when institutions like that are attacked in this cavalier manner, it's the mobs running the city. This is Krasner land again. That's the way that I see it. Judge Dugan, get over there, buy a bunch of cannolis, and make that point. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Coming to you on a great side question today. Hip-hop is back, all-time mascot / food mascot, if you have one. Fred Herron, with one big story here. We won, thanks to Wally Zimbalong and Fred, over in Bucks County. Sanity, for once in the suburbs. Coming up at 2:15, we'll talk with one of the founders of Moms for Liberty, Tiffany Justice. Her thoughts on this unbelievable survey coming out of Great Britain, claiming that the non-binary trans issues, or people identifying or thinking they are on a steep decline just over the last couple of years. One of the reasons, they say, mental health has been restored a bit post-COVID, and the trend of this is going away a bit. Why are Children's Hospital and others then still on that bandwagon? Is it just money? Is it ideology? Why are Democrats still on it? And I'm looking in this survey, and they're under fire tremendously. The other side's not going to give up. They want to die on this hill politically. They are going to. And if they lose in Virginia, it won't be just the attorney general. It will be this issue. And I think Jack Cettarelli's made that point with Mikey Sherrill. I would make it even more. And my theory is it's sports. It's seeing, I don't know that they've done enough in-depth stuff on this, showing exactly what happens with young women around this. I'd have them out there. People resent this, even in Jersey, big time. And it's people that don't follow politics that much. By the way, the big thing in Jersey right now, will Trump voters come out because Trump's not on the ballot in Jersey? How many different ways can we explain to you if you're a Trump voter and think, I only vote when Trump's there? You're not going to have Trump doing stuff in the second term unless we win the Congress. And one of the ways to win the Congress is to win in Jersey. You win in Jersey, and oh my God, if we win in Virginia, that becomes a narrative. That becomes a meme. That becomes what people are talking about as we head into the midterms. It's the way that it works. It'll be the talking point until after the new year at least. Plus, if you're in Jersey, it's going to be sanity restored. All right, 855. By the way, is Phil Murphy back yet from his Italian villa? We don't know if the big guy's back. We don't know if he needs a haircut. He might come back for that.
He's got senioritis. He's not.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He does have senioritis. I mean, what would it have taken? A typhoon hitting Trenton directly for him to come back? My God, what a loser. God, yeah, senioritis. That's what he has. We're off to the next gig. What will he be in the next Democrats administration? Secretary of State, Secretary of Hair, Secretary of Dentures? 855-839-1210. You can get in. Coming to more calls. Hey, let's talk about my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, my dentist, my guy, Dr. Robert Bentz. Exciting news over at Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz and his wife, Dr. Cooley Bentz, are thrilled to announce a new prosthodontist to the team, their daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz. Now, Dr. Emily is thrilled to join her father in continuing to provide the highest quality care and solution-based treatments for the most complex dental challenges. I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years. Has really helped convince me with a number of things, the water pick, the electric toothbrush, etc., to enhance my oral health. You can get on that same road to great dental health and the smile, too, that you've always wanted. Just call and schedule your appointment now, 610-272-6949. Maybe you haven't been to the dentist in a while. Several people I was talking to the other day that are kind of dental phobic have taken my message, gone back, and seen the treatment that they can get, and they're now not afraid of the dentist. 610-272-6949, or visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com, BentzDentalGroup.com.
Walter Sterling.
One person in a marriage loads the dishwasher like it's Denmark, and the other person in the marriage throws stuff in the dishwasher and hopes for the best.
I fall somewhere in between.
But by and large, I throw things in the dishwasher and hope for the best because knowing a great deal about dishwashers, I know that if I throw things in a random way, it'll be fine.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
Get into great lease offers now at Hessert Chevrolet. A new 2025 Chevy Equinox EV, $399 a month for 24 months with zero down. The new Chevy Trax LT, $249 a month for 39 months. Or buy the 2024 Chevy 1500 Crew Cab Z71, $43,999, 11 grand off. Only at Hessert Chevrolet of Philadelphia. Call 267-343-9094 for details or online at HessertChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Hessert Chevrolet! When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Termini Brothers Bakery in South Philly was vandalized just days after its owner died. The shuttered Crozier, Chester, and Springfield hospitals in Delco are being sold for a total of $10 million. I'm Just Like You. Sixers legend Allen Iverson reveals his softer side in his new memoir.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Okay, it is Dom time. Big 2 o'clock hour, Dom's Money Melody. Tiffany Justice, Moms for Liberty, that still have that ongoing thing in the schools around bathrooms and the trans issue with this big trans study out. And Ketanji Brown, Supreme Court Justice, likening these gerrymandered districts for so-called racial equity, which Supreme Court, I think, is going to get rid of, to the disabled before we had the Americans with Disabilities Act so they could get into buildings. Wow. Every time that judge is doing the oral remarks, there is a good deal of trouble. She's the one who couldn't identify what a woman was. The Earl of Tacony, though, next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, what do you have today? Hi.
Let me get off the Bluetooth so you can hear me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to take issue with Dave from Somerset by saying that I'm a nice guy.
Okay.
If you let me sing the song that I just wrote by about Alec Baldwin, that'll prove that I'm not a nice guy.
All right. Well, a little bit jammed up. We'll use that. It's going to be out there in the next couple of days, Earl. Yeah.
No problem. So my answer is going to be...
Whoops.
Hello?
That's my fault. That's my fault, Earl. Just call us back, Earl. We'll get your answer. I apologize. I just was moving a paper there and hit something. Let's put Earl back at the top as soon as he calls in. Robert in Bensalem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry. Good to talk to you guys today. Dom, do you make a Singapore sling when you're bartending?
I will learn it. If you were asking for it, I will definitely do it. Yes.
Great drink. But and I will be there the next time, and I hope there's a football. I know I can throw 40 yards, but more importantly, I have really good hands, and I will not need Stickum or my chest to catch Henry's throw.
All right. Well, you know, we're going to show in the 2 o'clock hour the quarterback for Tampa, Baker Mayfield, got into this football contest in disguise with people trying to throw 40 yards. Oh, my God. You have to see this one guy. And he threw it, 50 in the air?
Yeah, easy.
So 50, but 50 in the air, now that I think about it, looks pretty good. It looks pretty far.
Well, I have to keep up with my 3 sons, so I've been able to keep my arm in pretty decent shape. But you were mentioning about the midterms, things that are important for the midterms. And there's something that people aren't thinking about right now. But how's it going to look, and how much is it going to pain these people when they have to give Trump the Nobel Peace Prize next year? Now, I understand he didn't get it this year because they had to vote back in February.
Yes.
Okay? But when you fix long-standing conflicts between India and Pakistan, Kosovo and Serbia, Congo and Rwanda, Ethiopia and Egypt, I mean, it just goes on. The guy's like 7 wars already. And he's bringing about possibly the most momentous peace deal in our history. And they're going to have to give it to him next year. And they're probably going to say, wow, we wish we gave it to him last year.
Yeah, because there'll be more pressure. You're exactly right. Because he's not going to let up on this. This is a prize that he really wants, a Nobel Prize, without a doubt.
And for my side answer, the Cheetos company had a mascot that was a mouse from 71 to the early 80s. And they decided that they needed to revamp that boring mascot. So they came up with Chester Cheetah, who was probably the coolest guy in the room. And he kind of like, I used to enjoy watching his commercials because he's always going to say something cool at the end. So I'm going to go with Chester Cheetah, but I just think that there's a lot of mascots out there that haven't been named yet. Old, great, classic ones. I'll go with Chester Cheeto, and I ain't looking back. You guys have yourselves a wonderful day today, all right?
Thank you, Robert. And Earl, I apologize. Call back in. Lines, just call back in. We'll put you to the head of the class here. I'll take you right after 2 o'clock. All right, coming up, Ketanji Brown, the Justice Supreme Court, This case the Supreme Court's looking at to take away these gerrymandered districts that were put in because of racial bias that is going away now. It doesn't exist in this manner. If that happens, it's guesstimated Republicans would pick up 15 to 19 seats. Yeah, it's that big. So the justice likens it to disabled people. We'll play you that. That's coming up. And we have this 50-yard football throw. Henry thinks it's a little bit more, maybe, with Baker Mayfield in disguise. And some of the attempts, Henry, oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
They're worse than what we had in Wildwood. They're shockingly bad. Can anybody beat Henry the next time we do it? He uses the Bridgestone ball. It's a branding thing. You can't use it. That's the...
I'd be fair with using a regular football next time. Give me regulation football,
man,
still throw 40.
All right, now he's ready to go with this. And we'll have Johnny catch this time, or I'll go out there and catch and drop it. Who knows? All right, big 2 o'clock hour, Money Melody, everything else. The trans story is huge. And if you're joining us, Fred Herron has won a good battle in court to protect the citizens of Bucks County. Dom Giordano, Talk Radio 1210.
As the leaves change, it's the perfect time to refresh your home with Kitchen Magic. For over 45 years, we've been family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, delivering quality kitchen and bathroom models you can trust. And now this fall, we're giving you even more to smile about. Enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. Bring warmth, comfort, and style into your home this season with savings you'll love. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. Fall into savings right now at United Tire and Service. When you buy any 4 tires, they'll help you winterize your vehicle. Bring your car in today and save an extra $25 on any winterization, oil change, or alignment. The team at United Tire cares just as much about your car as you do. So why would you take your car anywhere else? Find your locally owned United Tire and Service location at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. For the best tire prices and the best service, don't drive alone. Drive United.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
The leaves are changing, the smell of autumn is in the air, and that only means one thing. It's the Pick of the Patch sale here at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Asho, the Cars Are. Now through October 31st at Colonial, pick your favorite from over 200 vehicles in stock. You can even carve down your monthly payment. Spice up your driveway this fall. Pick from the choice of a new Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, or the award-winning Tucson for just $199 per month. That's right, just $199 per month only at Colonial Hyundai. Don't let that old ride haunt you. You'll get top dollar for your trade here at Colonial. I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Like pumpkin spice lattes, these incentives won't last long. Get to Colonial Hyundai on Route 30 in downtown or shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Lease Tier 1 credit through HMF. 10,000 miles per year. 10% down plus first payment, tax, tags, and fees. See dealer for...
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All right, one of our all-time favorite guests with us here on the Dom Giordano Show, Tiffany Justice. How many years has it been since the she was a co-founder of Moms for Liberty, and the work that they have done big time and still in the fight, particularly one of the last things we've been talking to her about around the bathroom issues in school and the athletic issues. She is the co-founder of Moms for Liberty, executive president of Heritage Action. I maintain the big story today with all that's going on is this report, this Substack written about it from England, about the big drop-off of students identifying as non-binary or other than male-female has fallen nearly 50% in just 2 years. Andover, they did a study. Brown, across America, they've done a study of high schools. This collapse is huge, and it's good news. And the theory behind it is the most intriguing. Let's go to Tiffany Justice here on Talk Radio 1210. Tiffany, thank you very much. On a big day like this, we thought of you immediately. What are your thoughts on this study and what the author and others behind it are proposing is happening in America?
Well, I think, first of all, I just want to give credit to American parents for standing up and having their voices heard in American politics. Right. The issue of transgender, gender ideology, the bathroom stuff that was happening in the schools. Right. The fact that government schools were keeping secrets from parents about children, giving them different names, socially transitioning them in school was absolutely ridiculous. And we had an American president, President Trump, who ran promising the American people that he was going to help secure their parental rights and end gender ideology. And I think that's what we're seeing right now.
They postulate, though, what I'm interested in. You're exactly right. But what and you've been a driving force in this and ongoing. I'm interested in the guy's theory that mental health has gotten better post-COVID. It would almost have to somewhat across all groups. And that this was what I always thought, and I think you may agree, was trendy. Bill Maher, yep. Tiffany, famously, and he said it to me once, too, that we had an event here in Philadelphia, and we were talking about it. He goes in the South. He performs dinner party of people involved with getting him there. Nobody brings up they have a trans kid. He goes to a dinner party in Beverly Hills, and 1 out of 2 people there talk about that and say it's the case. And it seems to be that fever, if you will, has broken a bit here.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. I mean, what happened during COVID showed that the American public in general, or American elites or bureaucrats, really didn't care a lot about children. We did horrible things to them. We closed down schools. We put them onto screens. There is absolutely an element of social contagion that has been driving kids to identify as transgender, right? We've told them, So 100%. So as mental health is increasing across America, kids aren't being driven towards, transgenderism. It was, when I was in high school, it was like God, right?
Yep.
Some noise in the background. I apologize.
It's okay, Tiffany.
I also think, there's an optimism happening in the world. And the whole thing about gender ideology is there's a lot of self-loathing. Right? You're being told that you were born in the wrong body, that something is wrong with you, and that, there's some perfect solution, this idea that you might have been born in the wrong body that will fix you, and that's just not the case. And so, but again, I want to really credit the fact the American people are standing up and looking at all these different lies that we've been told and are pushing back on it, and we're giving people permission to do that. So, I think the mental health of kids is going to continue to increase. I think, just the idea of no cell phones in schools, that parents are becoming more aware of technology, right, and what impact that's having on their children, and scaling back from that. I think just the natural pendulum swing is helping too.
Well, the governor's race in New Jersey, and then if we can, we'll get your sense in Virginia. But in Jersey, Virginia too, Mikey Sherrill is dead set on this notion, one of the worst things, even more than the trans stuff, of not telling parents that they can hide things from the parents in school. They're the experts, and it's almost abusive if they tell parents what's going on with their kid.
Yeah, I mean, in Colorado, they made it a law to say that it would be child abuse if you didn't affirm your child's want at changing their gender. So, listen, I think, again, what you're seeing here is a correction, and you're watching the polls right now, right? Jack Ciattarelli is doing really well in New Jersey. Heritage Action just put about $600,000 to go help in that race, to go and knock doors, to create voter awareness on issues that are impacting Americans. We're involved in Virginia in 4 different House races, in order to try to help some candidates to get across the finish line, to flip the House from Democrat to Republican. But Winsome Sears doing very well in the polls, much better than she was. And you see Jason Miyares running against this guy, Jay Jones, who's talking about, advocating for political violence, right? Advocating for the murder of one of his political opponents. And so there is a correction happening in America. I think courage is contagious. And the more people that just started calling out gender ideology, that are calling out, especially in New Jersey, this comprehensive sex education, this very radical idea, again, of teaching gender ideology in schools, but so much bigger than that too, right? All of these different things about sexuality and sexual orientation that children in school don't need to be taught by teachers in 5th grade, 4th grade, 3rd grade. And so you are seeing that correction. And I think the polls are going to show that. We have a lot of momentum happening right now. And it's a very exciting time for America to see this correction. But we should be really heartened by what's happening in Europe, too. They've been a leader in fighting against gender ideology in a time when they really haven't led very much. And it's so great to see America catching up.
To that last point, it's shocking, isn't it? Europe, the last people, they seem to always be in the the mode of the European Union, and it would be against their law, whatever. You have J.K. Rowling, you have people like that, you have this guy in Great Britain. And to your point, they're the people pushing back on this. One thing, Tiffany, the Trump administration did was push back on these major hospitals performing so much gender-affirming care. My son, when he was young, Luke, was in CHOP. I still think it's the greatest children's hospital in the country, but I've come off praising it. I can't do it anymore because they're among the most radical at performing these surgeries.
Yeah, that's right. What we have to do is make the liability so high, right? Mm-hmm. There are a lot of lawsuits that are happening across the United States of America. And what you're going to see is that some of these lawsuits are going to be won. These insurance companies are not going to be covering these types of surgeries. And certainly hospitals are going to stop providing them. You're right. CHOP, the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, I think, right, was performing a lot of these gender surgeries. But people are stopping. It's stopping all over the country. And it really was also courage of people who were celebrities, right, who stood up and made this, create more awareness. Certainly Charlie Kirk, was a big proponent of talking about this issue and how ridiculous it was and engaging young people about it. People like Chris Elson, Billboard Chris, Matt Walsh, right, talking about this issue very publicly, shaming places like Vanderbilt and others to stop doing this. But the ultimate thing will be the lawsuits that are going to stop this. We have to create a situation where people are so afraid of touching this issue because it has caused so much harm and ruined so many lives that a doctor will never perform anything like this again. And then again, we have to strengthen the American people to stand up and push back and to not allow empathy to be weaponized against us. We love people so much, Dom. We care about children so much that we're going to tell them the truth. That's love, right? Lying to a child and telling them they've been born in the wrong body isn't love. And we need to be honest in America so we can move our country forward.
At Heritage Action now, Tiffany Justice with us. What's your major role there, Tiffany? What are you doing?
We are working to acquire power. The Heritage Foundation creates beautiful policies. I think of it like a meal, right? But if you make a beautiful meal and you don't have anyone sitting at the table to be able to enjoy it, if we don't have the right people elected in those offices in order to be able to implement the policy goes to waste.
Got to win.
And so we're working.
Yes.
We've got to win. Yeah, you've got to win elections in order to change the country. And so we are in the power acquisition business. We're going to be working a lot to acquire power across the country so we can ensure that great policies be passed. And ultimately, it's all in service of improving the lives of the American people.
Absolutely. Well, again, you are the perfect person. I see the evolution from Moms for Liberty and where you are now. That's exactly right, and you're blunt about it in a polite way. I like the restaurant analogy. If they don't come, they don't know about the great food, Tiffany. All of it doesn't matter. Right. You got to win with principle. We have the principles, but we got to win.
That's right. First principles thinking. You have to be in power in order to have good policies be put in place.
Tiffany, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us as always.
Thanks, Tom. Bye.
Tiffany Justice. Yeah, you got to win. All right. I'm going to play you Judge Ketanji Brown here in a moment. But first, let me go to the Earl of Tacony. I just hit a paper here, and this is sensitive equipment here.
It's a heavy paper.
It's a heavy paper. I don't know what the heck I hit. Hey, Earl, apologize for that. You were about ready to give us your answer today.
I wasn't quite sure if it was you or me.
Yeah.
But my answer is over the river in Camden.
Yes.
That'd be Nipper the dog. He was a little terrier that was born in Bristol, England in 1884. And they made a painting about him staring into a photograph, and he became the logo for the RCA Corporation. Now, the legend is that his master died, and they played a record at the funeral, and the dog jumped up and looked into the gramophone in order to hear his master's voice, which was their logo. But that was something that was created by the advertising department. It never really happened. It was just some guy decided to paint a picture of his dog with a phonograph and sold it to RCA, and they've been using it since 1910. In fact, JVC still uses it as their logo.
That is a great one. Nipper is iconic here from Camden, of all places. By the way, just for nothing, but I am amazed at this. A story on AOL that Leave It to Beaver 68 years ago almost did not get by the censors because they did something. Wally and the beaver sent away for an alligator. They got an 8-inch alligator, and the only place they could hide it for the parents was to put it in the toilet tank. All right? That's where the alligator was safe. And the censors said you couldn't show a bathroom, particularly, I think, with the cleavers.
What?
Yes.
Oh, that was the issue?
That was the issue, showing a
Not
bathroom.
kids handling an alligator?
Not kids handling an alligator. A beaver, you could do that. Of course, June, the thing that told me this was like the prim and proper family, Ward would keep the tie on many times, just change the suit jacket for a sweater. And I've never been in a house, I never grew up, I don't know if you guys did, where each course, she would remove the dishes for the next course.
Oh.
I mean, who does something like that at a family dinner table?
Very old-timey.
Yeah, what the heck is going on? Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. With pearls on, of course.
Right.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
the dress. And
the dress, the whole thing.
The lace and everything. Right?
Yeah. So the next time you're seeing, that must be a heck of an adventure. They put an alligator in the toilet tank. All right. It is time right now, before we get a winner today, though, for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, I'm trying to think of mascots today if Henry's playing with that, because we are playing for a pair of tickets to see the great Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Philly Sports Put to Music, Saturday, November 22nd, Cardinal O'Hara High School out in Springfield, Delaware County, Pennsylvania. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com. Henry.
Oh, boy, Dom. Yeah, you're going to like this one. Today we are asking for your favorite mascot, that all-time mascot, and I figured why not make the Money Melody a mascot singing?
There we go.
But it can't just be any mascot.
That's right.
You know it can't be. No, I'm going to give you a little-known mascot representing a product that I could have swore was probably discontinued, but somehow isn't. I think Andrew agrees with me on that.
I was very surprised that it's still around.
Yeah, very surprised it's still
consume
around.
it and everything.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's still around. It is a drink flavor enhancer. I'll say that much about the product. It is a drink flavor enhancer. And back in the mid-'80s in the United Kingdom, they had a mascot who was similarly named for the product, singing a jingle that they had only for about a year. So I'm going to give you a British food mascot that was only around for a year in the 80s. I want to know the product or the similarly named mascot for this commercial. All right, let's take a listen to it. I bleeped out the name of the mascot to not give away any hints. We'll see if people can still get it.
Here we see her out to help those who've run out of steam before they hurtle backwards down ravinas. She brings welcome over. Goodness gives him back, the leaves are in the box, so he can go chop chop while his redeemer slips away to pastures greener. She'll pick you up with a
All right. So again, we are looking for.
We are looking for the product in which is being advertised here.
Okay.
Or the similarly named mascot that was only around for a year in the United Kingdom for this drink flavor enhancer that, frankly, I haven't seen in a number of years now, but is apparently still on the market.
All right. I bet somebody out there, vastly, the number of people listening, somebody's going to get it.
I hope
Let's
so.
hope. All right.
If not, I have a pretty big clue.
All right. Pretty big clue, but jump in now at 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Hi, friends. This is Kathy Barnett. On October 25th, we're bringing the Seed and Root Summit to Philadelphia, talking about faith, family, and the future of work in America. CEOs, Heritage Foundation, pastors, even voices you don't expect, like Killer Mike, 3-time Grammy winner, will be in the room discussing our kids, our jobs, and our country. Seats are going fast, and October 25th is right around the corner. Get your ticket at kathybarnett.com, kathybarnett.com. Be in the room where it happens.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
You want a roof that doesn't leak. Of course, that's a given. You need a roofing partner with the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It's Dom. Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money. That is right. All right, we're into mascots. Henry's in the UK. You got the message. Here is the audio clue. Let's see if someone can get this.
Here we see her out to help those who've run out of steam before they hurtle backwards down ravinas. She brings welcome over. Goodness gives him back. He leaves her in the box so he can go chop chop while his redeemer slips away to pastures greener. She'll pick you up with a.
All right, this is elaborate. Renee and Swarthmore. All right, Renee, what's your answer? Hi.
Hi, I'm just taking a stab in the dark. Ovaltine.
Oh, my
Wow.
goodness. Wait a minute. How did you piece that together?
Pardon me?
How did you piece that together, Renee?
I was just thinking, like, what would rhyme with what they're singing? I mean, I have no clue.
Okay.
You know, so I was just thinking, but it was Ovaltine?
It is Ovaltine.
Oh, my
Greatly
God. I
played.
forgot.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
All right.
I was expecting at least like a wrong answer too.
Yeah, let's get her on Family Feud or,
Seriously.
any of the quiz show. Wow.
I mean,
yeah.
I was ready to give the big clue. I was
Which
going to say,
was?
the product, doesn't make sense. The name. I mean, the
Uh,
mug's round.
Right, yes.
The jar's round. Why not call it Round Team?
Right, exactly. Way to go, Kenny Banyan.
All right. It's gold, Jerry. Gold.
Renee. All right, stunning. She's the winner. Pair of tickets to see the great Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It makes a great gift, too. So consider that, joeconklin.com. All right. Wow, I'm stunned, too. That is shocking. Couple of things. One, this case before the Supreme Court is going to be big news. I think the court's going to go the way of the getting rid of this vestige of let's have racial discrimination, gerrymandering in order to make up for what they say is still racial discrimination. Listen to Judge Ketanji Brown liken this in the oral arguments today, where it's pretty telling. I think it's a 6-3, 5-4 at worst. It's going to get rid of this. And if that happens, I think Republicans would pick up 15 to 19 congressional seats. It's that important. Listen to the judge. Now, this is the judge Biden appointed who couldn't answer what a woman was. Remember that, biologically or any other way? Remember that question? By the way, Henry, if you find it, it's on Grabian. Nancy Pelosi shouting "shut up" at a reporter who asked her why you didn't send the National Guard in on January 6th, which is still a bone of contention.
I'll have that in a moment.
Okay, thank you. But here is Ketanji Brown.
A kind of paradigmatic example of this is something like the ADA. Congress passed the Americans with Disabilities Act against the backdrop of a world that was generally not accessible to people with disabilities. And so it was discriminatory in effect because these folks were not able to access these buildings. And it didn't matter whether the person who built the building or the person who owned the building intended for them to be exclusionary. That's irrelevant. Congress said the facilities have to be made equally open to people with disabilities if readily possible. I guess I don't understand why that's not what's happening here. The idea in Section 2 is that we are responding to current day manifestations of past and present decisions that disadvantage minorities and make it so that they don't have equal access to the voting system, right? They're disabled. In fact,
They're disabled. Just think of this. And, many, really, Coney Barrett, who I don't like some of the decisions, I think it was a bit of a miss by Trump, is brilliant, has gone after Ketanji Brown in various sessions, in various interviews, and rightfully so. Doesn't seem to be on the level of some of the others. Trying to say that in current America, think about it. If the person's disabled, still today they're disabled, not just when the ADA came in, they still would be disabled and they still need access, which you have to be a moron to be against. But our argument is, well, racial climate, racial issues are the same as when they were put into play with this, when there were things that were discriminatory in the South and other places. Oh, my goodness. And likening it to the disabled today, who, if you are disabled then or disabled now, you still want to get into that building, you need access. Now, the ADA has gone wildly out of place in some instances. We know that. But by and large, it was something that needed to be done and a good thing. She's saying America is still, use her, disabled in that manner, where we still need the same racially discriminatory equity laws. And what this would do, if struck down, which I predict right now it will, when we get to June, I guess, what it would do is you would see Republicans in many instances, when you look at the math and everything else, win those seats. This would be a big double figures turnaround. That's why Ketanji Brown, either that or she really believes this. It's lame. Who believes that's the same thing? You got to be kidding me. What's changed is, lady, America has changed. What has not changed for someone disabled is the physical fact they're disabled. My goodness. This the same person in the hearings member for it to be approved would not or could not tell us what a woman was biologically, the difference and all that. All right, Henry, do we have Nancy Pelosi? You need a little bit more time
Yeah,
here?
give me a second. I was on the phone there with our women.
Yeah, okay. Nancy Pelosi, being asked about January 6th, tells a reporter to shut up about that. That's not so. Why didn't she call in the National Guard before, particularly? And we've talked with none other than the head of the police that day, Stephen Sund, and he's the one that says they were begging Pelosi to do that. Here's how it sounded with the reporters.
Congresswoman Pelosi, are you at all concerned that the new January 6th committee will find you liable for that day? Are you at all concerned about the new January 6th committee finding you liable for that day? Why did you refuse the National Guard on January 6th?
Shut up. I did not refuse the National Guard. The president didn't send it. Why are you coming here with Republican talking points as if you're a serious journalist?
The American people want to know. We still have questions. Thank you.
Oh, Henry, let's hear that one more time. I could see you flinch there, too, when she said, where do you get that? Shut up, shut up. Here, one more time.
Shut up. I did not refuse the National Guard. The president didn't send it. Why are you coming here with Republican talking points as if you're a serious journalist?
The American people want to know. We still have questions. Thank you.
It's the way she said it, the spin she gave to turn around, and the point in the face.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
How dare you that you got
Everything
in here?
about
These are
it.
all supposed to just be, well, that is a fact here that we're talking about this. At least, let's put it this way. Let's be charitable toward Nance. At least it's a point of contention. It's a serious thing here of what happened around it. Keep that one for tomorrow, definitely. And Ketanji Brown. I mean, comparing the disabled, say, in 1970 to the disabled today is legit. Comparing the racial situation in the same way to today is crazy. The Senate voting again on ending the government shutdown. They'll vote to do that. That will continue. Look, they're not going to move on this, Democrats, to this cockamamie No Kings event on Saturday. They have to be standing in front of these alleged crowds and screaming out that they're fighting Trump. All right? That's what's going on here. It will be after Saturday. Maybe the next day they start to talk behind the scenes. And then maybe next week you start to see some movement around it. And Mike Johnson has all these Democrats storming his office. Oh, the pack. Looks like the Dean of Decencies and the lead pack there engaged in this. Coming up, some new stats. Is there a Christian revival in America? You may not have heard it too. Danica Patrick has apparently contributed $7 million to the halftime show, the alternate halftime show. I believe it's happening. It's just a question of what's the platform, what station are they going to be on? But if she's contributed that and they're getting that type of money around Charlie Kirk, I think they're going to get some big acts. And I think they should plan second by second to take audience away from the NFL. They need somebody calculating. I'm volunteering to do that. Second by second, what are we putting out there to beat them in that second? That's all that we want to do is beat the NFL. If they beat them, say for a minute, that there were more people, it's impossible. Well, Trump with the Village People and what spectacle would people say? We're telling them at 8:59 and 2 seconds, if you tune in for that 30 seconds, it's going to be unbelievable. That's what I would do.
Oh, man.
I'd put a QR code on there, and if we know you're watching somehow or another, you can win $1 million.
Need some sort of like insane Red Bull stunt going on behind
the
stage,
and you win
or
somebody
something.
will win.
Somebody's winning a prize at the same time.
Like get some billionaires. Somebody's winning $10 million. You think we could take away a share from the NFL?
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're offering
Henry's
money,
coming along. Okay, right. Anything. It's going to be
a new car, whatever.
It's going to be the debut of something on the Segway we're going to debut. Now that was
that might get negative ratings.
Yeah. All right, 855-839-1210. We're coming to you on today's side question, and this you got to see this YouTube.com/1210. Baker Mayfield. I don't know if he can outthrow Henry. I don't think he has the strongest arm. The guy's unbelievable as a quarterback. But I don't know, Henry. Do you think he could throw next to him, or would he outthrow you by a lot?
He would outthrow me. The difference being is that he wouldn't hurt his shoulder in the process like I would on these throws.
Okay. He's in disguise. They're having a 40-yard football throw contest or 50?
Yeah, 40.
40. Yeah, if you see, Dan settled on that a long time. 40 was perfect because I know, I tried many times. It's a real challenge.
It is.
50 is like ungodly. If you can throw it 50 yards, how many people listening do you think can throw it 50 yards out of all the people that are listening? I think under 10.
Yeah, I was going to say something like that, around 10.
Yeah, exactly. I know ringers are lining up out there with all kinds of Nerf balls and all. And if anybody could throw it 60, oh, man. Can Jalen Hurts throw it 60, do you think? I don't think so.
I'd say he's just on, like, the cusp of that.
Well,
yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
No,
I think maybe only half of NFL quarterbacks are throwing it 60 without running up or, just in the pocket, staying there throwing 60.
Yeah.
That's a fairly tough throw.
Yeah, I'd say there's more that can than can't.
Yeah, I would agree with that. All right, 855-8, and I'm going to get Ron Jaworski to teach me. He's going to come to one of these events. Come on, Ron. If he threw it 80 in tryouts, that really is the Polish rifle. All right, let's talk big event we have coming up Saturday. My great friend Diane Cardano-Casaccio. You've seen this happen. Home sitting on the market for months and months. The photos look fine. The location's great, but still no offers. Well, Diane Cardano-Casaccio has sold thousands of homes. She knows when your home sits too long, buyers start asking one question. What the heck is wrong with that house? Is it the price? And all that hard-earned equity starts dropping fast. Well, Diane is hosting a free home seller breakfast seminar. Great breakfast, too, with me. This Saturday morning at 9 a.m. in Fort Washington. Diane will show you exactly how to sell fast without discounting your price, including how to position your home to attract strong buyers fast in just days. Every attendee gets a free copy of her best-selling book, Model Home Mindset, and her brand new book, Transactional Turbulence. This is a great event every time that we do it. Don't let your home become yesterday's news. Join Diane and me this Saturday. Seats are limited. All you have to do, it's free. Everything is free. You get the books, etc. Just call to register. Get on the big board there now at Diane's headquarters, 215-576-8666. Or online, 215-576-8666.com.
Hi, friends. This is Kathy Barnett. On October 25th, we're bringing the Seed and Roost Summit to Philadelphia, talking about faith, family, and the future of work in America. CEOs, Heritage Foundation, pastors, even voices you don't expect, like Killer Mike, 3-time Grammy winner, will be in the room discussing our kids, our jobs, and our country. Seats are going fast, and October 25th is right around the corner. Get your ticket at KathyBarnett.com, KathyBarnett.com. Be in the room where it happens.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Inflation, interest rates, and the Fed. How to make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
In the year 2021, all pet food sold comprised of 94% dry kibble. And now, 5 years later, only 61% continues to be kibble. And everything else is alternative fresh diets. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, we have been the leader of fresh premium foods from the beginning. Whether it be raw, gently cooked, air-dried, dehydrated, freeze-dried, and of course that previously mentioned kibble, Dogs and Cats Rule has the largest selection of cutting-edge products of any of the neighborhood pet stores. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Termini Brothers Bakery in South Philly was vandalized just days after its owner died. The shuttered Crozier, Chester, and Springfield hospitals in Delco are being sold for a total of $10 million. I'm Just Like You. Sixers legend Allen Iverson reveals his softer side in his new memoir.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. Yeah, we'll show you that, and there's a little commentary, Baker Mayfield in a moment. Didn't want to forget our guy, though. Yesterday's Spectacular with Scott Presler. I'll play you what it was like in Doylestown as he welcomed in on Charlie Kirk's birthday a woman who changed her party affiliation. Presler, I believe, too, has driven these national articles that are saying it's amazing how much is being invested in these, quote, sleepy Pennsylvania retention elections. The three judges. Who's been driving that, beating that mule for over a year? Presler has put it on the national map. And Scott just tweeted out, Bucks County mail-in ballots, November 2023. The Democrats had 37,822 edge. In 2025, it's only 24,863. Returned, it's 7,700 to 4,300. And then he gives this cautionary note. If Sheriff Fred Herron, who'll be on the show tomorrow, and District Attorney Jen Shoren don't win this November, Bucks County becomes Philadelphia. Well, we already know that Montgomery County is. I think Delaware County's worse. I'm willing to say this now. That crew, that progressive crew over in Delaware County, given how Republican that area was and should be, is worse than Montgomery County, the Mr. Softy guy. And they're going to tax you another 20%, apparently, once this election's over. Then Horsey Country has gone nuts, where Guy Shiraki isn't on, chronicles that. So I don't know about Bucks County becoming Philadelphia, but it will be noticeably worse without Fred Herron and without Jen Shorin out there big time. Here is Presler yesterday with a big crowd welcoming Maria, I guess her name is, to change parties. Mira. It's Mira. Okay. Mira. Changing parties.
Hey, everybody. This is Scott Presler and Mira. We are here in Bucks County outside of the old courthouse. Now, Mira is changing her party voter registration from Democrat to Republican. And Mira, I would like, before all of these people, to formally welcome you to the Republican Party of Pennsylvania.
All right, President does it like it's a baptism, like he's anointing people. I told him that, you're going to have people, when you change them from the Democrats to the Republican, have a little stream nearby, and you go in. That it's almost an experience. What a showman there yesterday. Just unbelievable stuff. All right, so Henry, who else do you have? You got all kinds of airplanes landing tomorrow, so you're working out when Fred Herron's going to be with us, a major story. And I respect your judgment on that. Well, what else? Who else has landed tomorrow?
So it looks like we're going to have Jeff Andrew, per usual, at 1:30. And it looks like we will have Treasurer Stacey Garrity at 2:30.
Okay.
In addition, we are going to have the dialect coach on the new show, Task.
You've been working on that quite a lot. So this is the Delco dialect.
Yes.
I will ask her your accent. I don't know who's on producing tomorrow, Andrew or somebody else. Mm-hmm. And then I will say, I speak the Prestige dialect. I sound like I'm from Britain. I don't have anything, dialect coach, that you can pick out here that might be a hint that I'm from South Philly.
We'll have to wait and see.
Make sure we're not on Zoom. I don't want to see her with the hand things and all. That might be I'll ask her about the hand stuff, too.
All right.
Is that really true?
Yeah. Okay.
And she's the coach for this big series, which is a takeoff, right?
Yeah, it's
the previous.
Yeah. Task, from the same people that brought you Mayor of Easttown. It's Task.
Exactly.
A lot of Delco accents. If you've watched the show, or if you haven't watched the show, maybe go give it a watch real quick. Pick up on what she was putting down, given some of these actors.
Call in if you've been in Delco all your life, too, and just talk to me. You can say anything you want. Dom, you're great, and stuff like that. I want to see if I hear the accent. You know who has a bad Delco accent? I think Neil Zorn does. I think he says that.
Oh, I'd have to listen for it.
Yeah, he has said it. I think he thinks he does, yes. Okay, 855-839-1210. That is a big lineup already tomorrow. Let's go to David in Lexington, South Carolina. All right, David, what do you have here on the mascot?
Hey, Don, real quick. First of all, I've been getting in a little bit of debates online with some of these Democrats in Jersey talking about Mikey and Jack and everything, and this one girl, she kept back on and on about Trump, and I kept telling her, this is not against Trump. I had to remind her who Mikey's running against, and I kept asking her, hey, would you remember if you made $7 million? And she won't answer the question. It's just funny watching the.
Well, and if you didn't graduate from the Naval Academy, and if you at the 11th hour plus say this guy has killed people because he had a publishing firm on opioids. My God.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, as far as my side question, first of all, I think Pennsylvania needs a mascot, and I could be the mascot. It could be a big cheesesteak, and I volunteer to be the cheesesteak mascot for Pennsylvania.
Okay.
But for actual ones, I'm going to go with the Wienermobile for Oscar Mayer.
That is a very good one, and it was a highly paid job to drive the Wienermobile across the country, Henry. We used to see that. I haven't seen it advertised anymore.
From my understanding is that there's multiple of them. There's like I want to say like 10 in circulation, and they get recent college graduates with nothing to do that summer to drive it around.
Yeah,
I actually saw it. I want to say 2 summers ago, just parked in like a parking lot of a restaurant I was at. I had to take a picture with it because it's
do you think it'd be easy for the guy, if it's a guy, to pick up women with that wiener mobile?
You know what? I feel like it can't hurt.
Sure, there you go.
It definitely couldn't.
I feel like, the mystique, the kind of like, you're driving that? It's it's my job this summer.
Right.
I own part of...
didn't one of them, like, spill? Like, get into an accident? Like, hot dogs spilled all over the highway last year?
Absolutely. All right, it is the lightning round next, but first, Baker Mayfield of the Tampa Buccaneers is in disguise. YouTube.com/1210. There's commentary here of people lining up, and I'm not sure why they try to throw a football 40 yards. The reason? Charity event, something like a TV show?
Mm-hmm, exactly, like some sort of contest.
Yeah, and Dan did come up with a good 40 yards is a pretty good throw. Not as easy as you think. If you think you can, in my sleep I could do that. A little bit harder than that. I think, somebody with a decent arm get to 35. That last 5 yards is hell. And 50, wow.
Forget about it.
All right, here's how it sounded. Here's how it looks. That's like the Twilight Zone to get into that.
Didn't even need like a hop for that either.
Yeah,
he just was like, I'm going in.
Yeah. All right, Jay, when it hurts, eat your heart out. All right, 855-839-1210, lightning round. Let's get a winner. This is highly contested today. All-time mascot on Talk Radio 1210.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, everybody wants to throw a football. Newman Price in on it. Henry wants to do that in the next event.
All right.
So, yeah, we have to talk to the lawyers. They're afraid people will injure themselves throwing a football. I'm serious.
I almost did.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, and that Baker Mayfield thing. And Johnny down at Mulligan's saying if you want to do a Singapore sling, which I would try to make next time I do bartending, you need a DeLorean. There you go.
Okay.
All right. I see an unbelievable mascot answer up here I think is really good that was local. Well, let me go to Joe in Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Is he on brand? Joe, good afternoon.
Yes. Hello, Dom. Good afternoon. My mascot is the statue of a standing eagle in the former John Wanamaker department store. In the Byzantine Empire, Constantine placed the image of a double-headed eagle on the coins of the realm to symbolize power and majesty. Similarly, Wanamaker placed the statue of an eagle in the main court court hall to symbolize the grandeur and majesty of the John Wanamaker department store.
Absolutely, Joe. He's spot on. The Byzantine Empire was a
The
nice touch.
Byzantine Empire.
And he's spot on, though. People would say, guys, I'll meet you at the Eagle. It was a top 10 Philadelphia saying.
Huh.
Which, you know what? I wonder if there's enough of that for, in our region, a saying. I got to take that up after, like, meet you at the Eagle. Even if they're dated, they're not there now, or they are there now, that people say, like, Passyunk Avenue. All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware, Byzantine Empire. Hey, Phil, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you, Don?
Good, Phil. What do you have?
Real quick before I give you my choice is Tony's a nice Jewish boy from Delaware. I always mispronounce it, but I always go to the one in the Reading Market.
Reading Terminal, yes. Oh, yeah, they have several spots. They're great. Phil, what's your answer?
And it's easy access, easy in, easy out. But I'm in Westchester today, and I can tell you the amount of signs out there. But the one that stands out that I like is them pointing out that independents can vote.
Right.
Which they very rarely push that because they're afraid of which way they're going to go.
Gotcha. But, Phil, I need your side here. We're low on time. Sorry, but I need the side.
Manny, Mo, and Jack.
That is a great one. That is a great local one, arguably maybe the best, one of the best in this area. All right, Andrew, you took all these. We had some great ones today. What's your verdict? Who did you like? Give me a couple.
Well, I liked the Great Pumpkin.
Right.
I thought that was really, really bizarre and out there. And then Joe from Exton really did a good job with the Byzantine Empire and the history lesson and everything.
Oh, my God.
That might be my favorite answer that he's ever given.
You know, I think we got to clip that and take him saying the Byzantine Empire.
That was great.
When did you think you'd hear that in talk radio? On all the stuff I've said over 30,000 broadcasts, whatever it is. Yeah. The Byzantine Empire stands out.
He starts by introducing Wanamakers first. And then
he goes to ancient history. Like, what?
Empire.
Henry, who did you like?
So I got a second Joe and Exton's answer. But I also like David and Somerset's answer of Tony the Tiger, only because they give us a little history and how that voice was the same voice as the guy singing, "You're a mean one."
That's
true.
True. That's cool. Yeah, a lot of great ones. All right, I'll go with Joe of Exton on today's. Right. It does stand out. It was a keeper. All right, tomorrow, Fred Herron, big win over in Bucks County. Way to go, Fred. And while he's along, we'll build on that. Mondani does the interview with Martha McCollum. There'll be a lot from that, and he debates tonight. If he wins in New York, it helps us. Either way. If he loses, it helps too. All right, Rich Ioli next. It's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Fall means football, and the